Recording in progress.
We'd like to call the meeting to order. It is February 1st, 2022, and it is 6:22 p.m. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's virtual meeting through the Zoom webinar platform. We thank you for joining us and ask for your patience in advance as we navigate this platform for conducting school board meetings. Effected on January 6, 2022, under the authority of California Health and Safety Code sections 101040, 101085, 120175, and 120220, the health officer of the County of Sacramento hereby ordered the following. All public boards, councils, commissions, and other similar bodies shall suspend in-person public meetings and conduct all meetings virtually. Affected bodies shall ensure opportunities for virtual public participation and compliance with the Brown Act and all other relevant statutes. Accordingly, consistent with the January 6, 2022 Sacramento County Health Order, the governing board shall use teleconferencing, video conferencing through Zoom, and the following adjustments have been made regarding the Zoom public comments process and timing. General audio public comments. Public comments via Zoom are requested to be submitted by 4:30 p.m. the day of the board meeting and will be heard during the appropriate time on the agenda. For those indicating that they would like to speak during public comment using the Zoom platform, your name will be called upon and you'll be recognized by the board president during the appropriate section of the meeting. When called, your microphone will be unmuted on your screen. At home, there will be a message asking you to please unmute. Once you click or tap the unmute, your microphone will be live and you will then be able to give your public comment. Individual speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. With board consent, the president may decrease the time allowed for public comment depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard on the specific topic. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their individual total time beyond 3 minutes. When your time is complete or you have finished, your microphone will be muted by the district. You must have the most recent version of the Zoom platform client to make live public comments. If you don't have the latest version, you will not be able to make your comment. During your public comments through the Zoom audio platform, we will provide a timer for the remainder of 30 seconds before the end of your allocated time. A timer will be available on the screen. At the end of your comment, you will be muted. At this time, would like to start with the first item, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. And let's see who is here today. Maybe I can ask Ms. Soriano if she would please lead the pledge.
I have to find my mute buttons. Thank you. President Alberti. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the presentations, and we have a few high school student representative reports from Elk Grove Charter, Laguna Creek, and Valley High. So first up, I'd like to call on Elk Grove Charter.
Good evening, Board President Martinez Alire, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Brooklyn Gregory.
And I'm Sierra Riley. We are currently 9th graders from Elk Grove Charter School.
Like many schools, we are beyond excited to be back to in-person instruction at EGCS. Our first and second quarters flew by, yet we are able to do some fun activities as a school. In October, students at EGCS participated in the PSAT on campus, and we also celebrated Red Ribbon Week.
Our anime club continues to meet on Wednesday. Students enjoy watching anime all while eating together and sharing out about their favorite characters.
Our PBIS program continues to thrive as we are always making sure we are following our SOAR mantra, which stands for safe, organized, accountable, and respectful.
Breakfast and lunch continue to be a hit on campus. We are fortunate enough to be provided with nutritional food every day. It allows us to sit down outside while enjoying lunch with our friends.
Mr. Burt and his art class are now creating designs and screen printing them on shirts. In addition, he offers a photography class in the early mornings that teaches students new techniques in Photoshop.
We provide Spanish 1, 2, and 3 classes taught by Senora Kimes, where students get to communicate and practice the language in and out of the classroom.
In the morning, students at our school are offered the option to participate in soccer practice from 9:30 to 10:30 and are still able to show up to their other classes.
We were lucky enough to add a CTE course this year that is taught by Ms. Wade. Our marketing and leadership class meets at 0 period every day, where you make a business plan, determine who to sell to, and how you will market your products.
We are thrilled about the new Career Center that we have added to this quarter. Students are able to meet with our career technician to find jobs, develop their resumes, and plan their future.
We had several of our classmates that excelled in the classroom during the first and second semesters. We had a total of 28 students who made the honor roll with a GPA ranging from 3.5 to 3.99. We also had 9 students earn the principal's list, which is earned by achieving a GPA of 4.0 or higher.
We would now like to recognize one of our amazing students. Fidel Barajas is a sophomore on campus, and he has recently been invited to participate on the U.S. national soccer team for the under-17 club. On top of that, he is also lucky enough to be doing the same thing for the Mexican national team. Congrats to Fidel.
EGCS is delighted to announce the Moore Family Award Scholarship for the first time in school history. The scholarship is specific to Elk Grove Charter School, and one lucky senior will receive $1,500 for college. Thank you to the entire Moore family.
A bittersweet celebration will be happening at our school at the end of February. Our school secretary, Miss Debbie, will be retiring after serving the Elk Grove Unified School District for 37 years. Although we are truly happy for Debbie, we will miss her immensely, as she has been a part of all of our successes we have had at EGCS. If you have ever been to our school, you know Debbie, and you know how blessed we have been to have her as a part of our school community. Congratulations, Debbie. Enjoy your retirement and all the travels you have planned.
Lastly, our seniors are starting to graduate now. We all love celebrating their achievement by announcing it in the front office and ringing our graduation bell for all to hear. We would like to let all of you know that you're always welcome to stop by and say hello. We would love for you to see all the cool things we have going on at Elk Grove Charter School. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you to our students. Next up is a report from Laguna Creek High School.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Crystal Martinez Alire, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Alyssa Dakanai, and I am representing Laguna Creek. Following our last presentation, our academics, athletics, and activities have extensively brought the staff and students closer together, making our campus more engaged and dedicated to having fun while at school. Our mathletes have been performing exceptionally well and remain #1 in the region and district. 35% of our Cardinals earned a 3.6 GPA or higher during the first semester. That is over a third of our student body. Our boys wrestling team has had one of their most successful seasons, as they've defeated River City last Thursday on January 27th and have earned the title of league champions for the first time since 1999. They even earned third place at a recent Granada Valley tournament on January 15th, which is a huge regional tournament. Similarly, our women's basketball team has so far achieved an impressive record of 14 wins and only 2 losses this past season. Although they lost to Folsom, the current #2 team in California, during their matchup on December 17, 2021, the game was undoubtedly exciting for the large crowd of students and adults that filled our entire gym. This game was covered extensively by our local news channel, as well as having a DJ play music to provide an even more entertaining environment for everyone. Our men's basketball team follows not too far behind with a total of 10 wins so far and has experienced tough matchups in addition to achieving very close scores over the course of this past season. Excitingly, our school said goodbye to seniors on our men's and women's soccer senior night on January 28th and January 31st, as they both pushed through a challenging season. Our varsity boys defeated McClatchy during senior night, and our women's soccer team defeated Kennedy last night to cap off a great evening. I'd like to mention that our campus has definitely grown closer together since our prior presentation. We've held 2 successful Spirit Weeks in the last 2 months, where students were actively engaged and participated in our daily lunch games and Spirit Days. Some of these games included Finish the Lyric, What Would You Do for a Klondike Bar, and even our annual LC tradition, Kiss the Dirt. Kiss the Dirt consists of one student from every grade during each lunch competing to see who can perform the best splash in a huge mud pool. The lunch game sure had a large crowd, but I'd say everyone made sure to stay away from the large mud pool. On the topic of crowds, it's important I talk about how each lunch game put on by our ASB class had large amounts of students' interaction with crowds for each one. We also brought back our food fairs this past semester. Students were excited to line up during their lunches to purchase food from every club they wanted to support. In return, these food fairs brought in a large sum of profit that would soon serve as a basis of money each club is in need of. Although it's sad to see, but it's very inspiring as well, the class of 22 is gearing up for post-secondary and finishing up class scholarships and their FAFSAs, and also looking forward to their future university life. In the course of ending the school year, we're excited for our continuing plans for future events, such as our winter homecoming, annual prom, senior Disneyland trip, and many more. Thank you for the opportunity to report on campus life at Laguna Creek High School. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have up is Valley High School.
Good evening, Ms. O'Leary, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Lillian Chang, and I'm currently a senior.
And I'm Asta Singh, a junior, and we're representing Valley High School as its student board representatives.
With college application season coming to an end, seniors at Valley have been continuing to work hard on their FAFSA applications with the help of Valley's College and Career Center. Specifically, Ms. Wolf has served as an incredible resource that us seniors are extremely grateful for. She, as well as the rest of the college and career staff at Valley, have worked hard to ensure that Valley students will not only get into college, but they'll be able to go with as little debt as possible. With the opening of the Elk Grove Regional Scholarship Foundation applications, our College and Career Center has been giving presentations as well as providing workshops on how to apply. It's crazy how in a short 4 months, all of this work will be worth it as we approach our graduation in May.
Despite the rising cases, Valley has persevered during these unpredictable times through the support provided by the new state regulations. With the resources at the at-home rapid test on-campus COVID clinic and our wonderful cozy nurse, Miss Nikki, Valley has put up a true fight with this second COVID battle, making sure it doesn't get the best of our Vikings. Our COVID clinic has not only kept our students and staff safe, but also our community. COVID has hit our staff members hard, so we are beyond grateful for the district members that have given us their time. Special thanks to Dr. Amy Bessler. Valley continues to push for a safe and healthy on-campus environment.
And with going back on campus, Valley has been able to host some events that we haven't seen in a really long time. One of which is being the play modeled after the iconic movie, The Breakfast Club. I have the amazing opportunity to play Claire, and it was truly incredible to see how many students came out to auditions, and it was amazing to experience the beauty of the arts. It was extremely eye-opening to see this side of campus, as I had never been inside of our theater before. It is a shame, however, that because of our minimal space in our theater, the amount of tickets that can be sold is much lower than its potential. Valley has recently hosted our Winter Club Rush, in which clubs on campus were able to do another round of recruitments. Clubs have served as an amazing opportunity for students to make up for lost time, as well as make connections in high school that will last. Valley has also recently announced its prom for 2022, and thanks to our junior and seniors in ASB, we'll be able to experience prom as a starlit paradise. We have also continued our freshman voyage program and have hosted several events. One of which being the freshman tailgate, where freshmen were able to meet and connect with other freshmen while doing fun activities. Although it is still very new to our campus, it's been a major success thus far. Freshmen are not only welcomed on campus, but also supported. The freshman voyage has truly allowed for so many opportunities of connection and discovery, and we can't wait to see how it continues to grow.
Moving on to what we've all been waiting for, Valley's winter sports season. This winter, Valley has been off the charts in all areas. Going a little back, though, to our fall season for cross country. This year, Valley's cross country had a full roster of both JV and varsity men's and women's teams, with our girls winning 2 league meets and our boys 1. This year, Valley was able to hold our own meet on campus. Turnout for this event was insane, as so many staff, students, and parents came out to show their support. Our soccer, both boys and girls, have been remarkable, with our boys winning every single game in the league before their official season. Our Vikings can be seen in the playoffs. Unfortunately, the late game start times have placed a strain on our players, and coaches worry about how it may affect our players academically and physically. In addition, the disadvantages that have become present with the ill-maintained light fixtures may have taken away from properly highlighting the quality of our games and players. Despite the hardships, not a single player has been suspended due to academics this season. As a matter of fact, 2 of our cross-country male members were highlighted at the district award night for their achievements academically.
Continuing with academics, our Assets program has continued to provide after-school tutoring for students all around. The Silver Viking nominations have also recently closed, and we're likely to know our Silver Vikings in the coming months. In addition to AP classes, Valley has also offered dual enrollment courses with our local community college, and this has served as an amazing opportunity for students to earn college credits while still in high school. As for our college and career readiness pathways, many students have felt heavily impacted in these pathways and plan to pursue their interests in high school and beyond. Despite the hardships and unexpected changes that came with COVID, Valley has been doing its best to continue to prepare the students to be Viking strong. Thank you.
Thank you to our student reps. At this time, you may be excused to go do your homework from the virtual meeting. We thank you for being here tonight. The next item on the agenda is the 2020-2021 annual audit, and I'd like to call on Carrie Hargis at this time.
Good evening, President Martinez-O'Leary, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I would like to introduce Mr. Jeff Jensen. Mr. Jensen is a certified public accountant and a partner with the firm Crow, which handles the district's independent audits. This evening, he will be presenting the district's 2020-21 independent audit and the Measure M, obligation bond financial statements and performance audit for June 30th, 2021. With that, I'll turn this over to Mr. Jensen to present the reports.
Great, thank you, Carrie, and good evening, board members. It's my privilege to be here tonight to present the audit report for the year ended June 30th, 2021. I think what I have is positive audit results to bring to the board's attention. We were able to meet last week with the board members that make up the audit committee, and we're able to go through the report in detail. So I'll keep my comments to more of a high level summary. And I can share my screen if that would be what the board would like, or I can just talk from my screen here and not share. I don't know if you have a preference.
Either or. I don't know if you have the capability to share.
Oh, okay.
You might. If you can see and try it.
It says that I can.
To share.
Okay, then you can share.
Then I have, and hopefully you can see a page of the audit report here, which is a good report summary page for board members. It's towards the back of the report, which is where I know all board members usually go for their audit reports. And so this is called the summary of auditors results. And so there are several different opinions that go into the audit for every year. And so here we start at the top with our financial statement opinion. You received an unmodified opinion this year, which is the type of opinion you want on your audit report. Your audit is free of material misstatement and complies with all applicable accounting pronouncements. In the current year, we did have to adopt a new accounting standard, which was GASB 84 on fiduciary accounting. And so what all that really means is we moved where the student body funds are accounted for in one section of the report to a different section of the report to comply with the new standard. So that was properly adopted as part of this year's audit. Right below there, we talk about whether we have any control deficiencies, whether they are material weaknesses or significant deficiencies to bring to the board's attention. I'm happy to report that we have no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control. So again, another measure of good news. The next opinion we get into is your federal compliance opinion. So because the amount of dollars that the district expends on an annual basis, we're required to do a federal audit in compliance with OMB standards. And so for this year, the district received an unmodified opinion regarding federal compliance. This year was a little bit different in the sense that we had to audit most of your COVID-related funds that the district has received, both related to ESF and also to CRF. And we also looked at Title I this year. And again, we had no compliance findings to report. The district has had several years of having no findings related to federal compliance and unmodified opinions regarding your financial statements. That's resulted in the fact that you're considered a low-risk auditee in the eyes of the federal government. The last opinion we have is a state compliance opinion. And this year there were a number of changes that occurred because of the way distance learning was conducted and the other changes in state regulations that occurred for school districts. And so this year we do have a qualified opinion related to state compliance because we do have a minor state compliance finding. And in the eyes of the state, any finding automatically qualifies your opinion. So regardless of the magnitude of its impact to a district. So turning the page behind that, we do have two comments in the report. One is if you've been on the board before, you've seen this finding in our report before, it relates to your vacation accrual and managing essentially keeping that in compliance with your own policies of what is maximum allowable vacation accruals for employees. And so that has been an ongoing comment in your report for a few years now, and we have it again this year. And then again, we have no federal comments. And then we did have one state compliance finding this year related to essentially record keeping on some of the distance learning requirements. And, there was, like I mentioned, there was just a whole host of changes this year regarding how teachers were required to comply with, weekly engagement reports and daily attendance logs. And so there were some records that we had a tough time being able to obtain. Ultimately, though, the fiscal impact of that is about $5,000. So really, there's not really a significant impact to the district here. And for fiscal 22, as we look forward here, we'll go back to the old way of taking attendance, essentially, which is us auditing absence and excuse logs. And so the record keeping that is being done here as part of this compliance area essentially sunsetted with fiscal 21. Overall, the audit went very well, and your team does a great job of providing us information on a timely basis. And we always appreciate that, and allows us to be able to complete the audit report on time. This year, the deadline for completing that audit report was yesterday. And so your report was filed ahead of that deadline without any concerns there. And so again, done very timely. So with that, I will pause for any questions that there might be on this report before I go to the bond measure reports.
Thank you for that report. And I do see just one hand up by Mr. Perez.
Yes, you're right, correct, regarding this last item, accrued vacation accruals. What is the fiscal impact on that? What's the total like this district has to pay these particular vacation that's been accrued by our staff? What's the total fiscal impact, the dollars wise?
Well, I mean, so I'll take the first stab at this, and then perhaps maybe management may want to also provide their comments here. But, ultimately, by allowing employees to exceed their cap for vacation as they continue to work for the district, in theory, you would assume that their pay rate would continue to rise over the course of their career. And so essentially that their liability or their hours that they're allowed to accrue could continue to increase to a higher number, instead of essentially using that vacation, one, for its intended purpose, which is to take a break from the work that you're assigned to do, and two, to use that time and those dollars essentially at the same time that same value that they were earned at, by using them in the same fiscal year or they're close to me is ultimately that fiscal impact.
So can you tell us by year how much that grows and the responsibility of a district because of this? Can you go into more detail how much what has occurred since we had this? How far back years can you go back? It looks like, as I recall, this issue was back in 2012 when I started as a board member, but it continues today, 10 years. So the fiscal impact, I imagine, has tremendous, is in the millions, $100 million, I imagine. Is that true, or what's?
Well, so the number is not in the hundreds of millions of dollars. You know, we identify here that it's about $6.3 million of the.
How much? How much?
On, well, what page is this here? Let me.
6 point what million?
Page 90. So $6.3 million.
Yep. Okay.
So, you know, ultimately for perspective, again, you know, for a $1 billion institution, $6.3 million is a big number, but it's not a very large number. And ultimately this comment is in here as one because management wants to continue to work with your labor parties to get in compliance with your own policies. This is not necessarily a comment that's in here again because it's a significant deficiency or material weakness in the internal control of the district.
Mm-hmm. Well, to me, it's like almost like a golden handshake when these staff persons leave. It's just like almost a bonus. Thank you very much for your services. Here. What is the average pay of our staff they get? Can you tell me that?
I don't have that information.
Well,
yeah, his preview is to
how
the
can
audit for
we
the last
get
year.
into
He
more
didn't have that.
detail about the numbers and what's the average buyout or the bonus accrued? This is again, every year I bring this up, but seems like nothing is happening about this.
One piece that might be helpful is that we actually are working through with our bargaining units and actually already have language that will work towards this. So we have to finalize all the agreements and all that, but we are. This is a joint common interest among us and our employee groups, and we are working through that. But we do think we have long-term solutions in place that we can share in more detail with the board in very short order. But it is on our radar, and it's on the leaders of our employee associations as well.
Well, the bottom line, our union representatives, you know, I think they like this. They because they see this as a bonus beyond the highest paying teachers in Northern California and staff. So we need
teachers don't have vacation.
No, I'm talking about all staff then, excuse me. So we need to get up to the bottom of this. This should be a priority number one that keeps growing and growing and put on the shelf. You know, yes, you say we're doing this, we're doing that, but hey,
we have very specific answers that will address this moving forward, Mr. President.
Well, I don't feel comfortable that you people are putting 100%.
I understand when you use the term "you people," that's
okay. Staffing.
It's offensive, Mr. Press.
In personnel, I do not feel this is a priority, and this funding cost is going higher every year, and I think it's abuse of the system.
Mr. Press, your note has been made. We have taken it, and staff has worked out a plan to continue to work on this. Do you have any other questions? I see your hands down now, and I'll call on Ms. Albiani. Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I've had the privilege of serving on this committee for a number of years, and we continue to make work, and it's continuing to not grow. And if Mr. Press is very concerned about it, I think he should join Mr. Fortuna and I on the committee next year. Thank you.
Mr. Fortuna, do you have a comment?
I have a comment regarding that.
Okay, we'll come back to you because Mr. Fortuna had his hand up first. Thank you.
Yeah, my comment relates to the personnel that we have had the privilege of working with over the years from Crow. All of the people that we have worked with are experienced, they're knowledgeable, they're professional, they're easy to be with. And it has been good to see that they continue to affirm what we know, and that is that Shannon and Carrie do a great job. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Press, you have another brief comment?
I'd like to make the motion that both board members do a presentation at the next board meeting to see what is the present update and projections of this extra cost to our district budget. Do I get a second?
Doesn't look like it at this time. It's not an action item, so I will let the presenter continue to move forward with the rest.
I'm trying to get the motion that we put this on the agenda for as soon as possible to deal with this issue. The $6.3 million issue. I'd like to find out what's the average payoff for each employee.
Mr. Perez, I will ask that you please follow up. You can also plan to have a conversation with the committee, and I will direct you back to staff as well. And I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Nguyen's hand is up as well.
I just have a quick clarifying question regarding that figure we saw. It referenced, almost 1,000 staff, but I just want to clarify, does this refer to both certificated and classified staff?
As the superintendent mentioned, your certificated staff don't receive vacation, so this would essentially be your classified personnel.
Okay, thank you.
It does include certificated management.
Okay.
But it's not the regular certificated, what we usually think of as certificated staff.
Yeah, I was going to touch on that too, Mr. Hoffman. And Mr. Jensen, before you move to the Measure M, I just wanted to mention, although there was the finding with regard to the attendance, I do want to share with our school sites and our teaching staff the dramatic change to how attendance was being taken, daily participation was being recorded and acknowledged, as well as engagement plans. We do owe a debt of gratitude and thanks to our teachers. They really changed the way that they had to do their work with regard to attendance taking. ADA is what constitutes hundreds of millions of dollars to our revenue. So something of this nominal amount, I do also think it speaks volumes to the work that was done, both on the front end and then the day-to-day work of our staff. So I just wanted to appreciate that and not have it linger as kind of a ding to anybody.
Thank you.
All right, then if it's all right, I'll move on to the Measure M performance audit. So I have two reports here related to Measure M. The first one I'll cover is the performance audit. And right behind the table of contents is our independent auditor's report. And so this report is done in compliance with government auditing standards, as well as the California Constitution, under the requirements of Proposition 39. And the last paragraph of this opinion says the results of our procedures indicate in all significant respects that the district expended Measure M bond funds for the year ended June 30th, 2021, only for the specified projects. So essentially, this is a clean opinion related to your Measure M bond expenditures for this year. On the next page, we talk about the background on Prop 39 as it was put forth to the voters back in 2000, as well as Measure M as it was put to the voters in 2016. And then the bulk of the report here is on the last page, where again, our objective is to do a performance audit in compliance with Proposition 39. For this year end, June 30th, 2021, there was a total of just under $55 million worth of transactions. Our job was to ensure that the list that was given to us was accurate, that list ties to your financial statements, and then to select a sample of expenditures. And the expenditures that we selected represented about $14 million worth of the $55 million that was expended during the year. And again, found in our conclusion that all the bond expenditures for this year represented valid bond expenditures, and there were no disallowed expenditures that occurred during this fiscal year end. So a clean report regarding Measure M's performance audit. And then lastly, oops, I'm sorry, I wasn't at the top here, is our independent auditor's report regarding the financial statements for Measure M. We're required to do a standalone report just for the Measure M bond activity. And so this is what this report accomplishes. And on the top of the second page of the opinion, we say, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the Measure M bond funds as of June 30th, 2021. So again, that's an unmodified opinion, the type of opinion you want on your audit report. And the rest of this just really explains that this is just the Measure M bond fund and not other activities within the district. And as we turn the page and we see the balance sheet here, in the current year, you had a large new issuance of bonds. And so that's why there is essentially a very large balance here at the end of the year here regarding both in cash and in your fund balance. And as we look at the income statement, you'll see that. First, about the fourth line down, you'll see the total expenditures again of about $54 million, which ties to our performance audit. And then you have your 2021 series bond issuance of 140.5 million. And that all reconciles down to the fund balance at June 30th, 2021 of $163 million. The rest of the footnotes are all pretty standard stuff. There's really nothing new to bring to the board's attention there or of anything that I would consider all that exciting, but I'm happy to answer any questions regarding either of these two reports regarding Measure M.
I see a hand up by Mr. Perez.
Thank you very much. Now, when we do an actual project like the Elk Grove High School culinary, we combine funds, state bond funds, Melrose funds, and also Measure M funds. So when we build these new projects, there's no problem doing that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm glad that we can, because I feel a lot comfortable doing that and knowing that it's okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to thank you for your report at this time. It's always nice to hear a positive feedback when we have a clean audit. So I don't see any other hands, so thank you again.
Great, thank you so much. Have a good evening.
You too. Next
Thank
up,
you.
the next item on the agenda is resolution. And the first item is National Nutrition Month. I'd like to call on Ms. Michelle Drake.
Good evening. Board President Martinez O'Leary, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here this evening to request the board designate March as National Nutrition Month with resolution number 42. National Nutrition Month is designated each March by the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics and is supported by Food and Nutrition Services. The campaign focuses attention on the importance of making informed food choices, developing sound eating habits, and incorporating physical activity. This year's theme is Celebrate a World of Flavors, embraces global cultures, cuisines, and inclusivity. By eating a variety of nutritious foods every day and planning creative, healthful weekly meals, you can create lifelong healthy eating habits. Developing healthful eating habits is something we do here, and we believe in moderation and feel that you don't have to make drastic lifestyle changes to incorporate healthful eating into your daily routines. And so Food and Nutrition Services helps students and families in their nutritional needs every day. With that, I would ask that you designate March as National Nutrition Month.
At this time, I would like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 42, designating the month of March as National Nutrition Month.
So moved, Tony Perez.
Second.
A second by Mr. Forcina, and now we'll conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Albiani?
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
And myself, and it passes unanimously. Thank you. And the second item for the resolution is recognition of School Counseling Week. And I would like to call on Ms. Nicole Brown at this time.
Good evening, members of the board. 1 second. Thank you. Good evening, Board President Dr. O'Leary and board members. Thank you for this opportunity to read resolution number 39. The American School Counselor Association marks National School Counseling Week 2022. This year's theme, Better Together, will be celebrated from February 7th to February 11th and provides the board with an opportunity to acknowledge and thank Elk Grove Unified School counselors. A formal and tremendous thank you goes out to all school counselors in EGUSD for the tremendous impact they have in helping students achieve academic success and plans for their futures. School counselors provide early intervention and prevention through direct and indirect services to students and their families in addressing areas such as student achievement, college and career planning, and providing social emotional support and crisis response. School counselors play a critical role in student success. This evening, we ask the board to approve resolution number 39 to recognize our school counselors during National School Counselor Week. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 39, recognizing February 7th through February 11th, 2022 as National School Counseling Week.
So moved.
Second,
Madam Chair.
Moved by Ms. Jamerson, second by Ms. Albiani, and I'll conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen.
I think it was me who seconded.
Oh,
Or did we do it at the same time, Beth?
okay. I wasn't sure.
I think it
So
was me.
Ms. Chadis Espinoza was the second. Roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Chadis Espinoza.
Aye.
Mr. Forcina.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Ms. Albiani.
Aye.
And myself is unanimous. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is student expulsion and voluntary transfer recommendation. There is a request for student expulsions. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the recommendation for student expulsions at this time. I see a hand up. Mr. Perez.
Again, I am trying to go back to the old ways that we used to meet regarding expulsions in closed session prior to this new process. We do not discuss expulsions in closed session anymore. And originally we used to do that when a long time ago. And this way, the way we're doing the board meetings, we as a group cannot meet behind closed doors, closed sessions, confidentiality regarding these issues of expulsions. And so I want to bring that to your attention and maybe have a discussion that we go back to the old way to dealing with expulsions in our school district. There is growing violence. There's the growing racial hatred incidents that we do not speak about. There's weapons on campus that we do not speak about because of this process. And we need to go back to closed session to discuss these suspensions and expulsion issues behind closed doors in closed session.
So at this time, I'm calling for a motion to approve the recommendation. Again, if a family wishes to address the board, they always have the opportunity to address the board in closed session. And this has been practiced, as I can recall, in the former president. So I'm calling for a motion to approve the recommendation at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Albiani. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Forcina. And I'd like to conduct a roll call vote. Mr. Forcina.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez. Mr. Perez.
Reluctantly, I'm going to vote yes But again, I'm stressing that we need to talk about expulsions.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Ms. Albiani,
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza,
Aye.
and myself is unanimous. At this time, I would like to call for public comment for items not on the agenda, and I will ask Ms. Soriano if there are any public comments via Zoom audio for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Board President, Dr. Martinez-Leary. There are 3 public comments by Zoom for items not on the agenda. And those 3 members, community members, are Ms. Lorraine Pryor, Amelina Mendoza, and Exquisitive Hundley, and in that order. So the first person we hope to hear from is from Ms. Lorraine Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to make sure that I acknowledge Black History Month because I didn't hear a resolution for it, and I'm kind of confused as to why I didn't. We did a March resolution for.
In January.
I'm sorry?
We did it in January, sorry.
Okay, well, there should have been some mention of it at the top of the hour because I'm not aware, and I must have not paid attention at that time. But I think that to start this meeting and not acknowledge Black History Month for the Black families in your district, those who did not tap in the last time is kind of misses the mark. I must admit, though, I'm quite frustrated still, and I continue to be frustrated. I got a chance to look at your discipline report that came out. I thought it was funny only because you all were patting yourselves on the back for a mid-year report. I remember one sentence said something about, well, this time last year we had 600, but now we're at 3. That seems like you're on par with your numbers from the previous year, and that seems like it's problematic. In addition to that, I heard it was referred to a certain advocacy group not wanting anybody in their group to be touched. And I did call that particular board member, and I wanted to put it on record because it was on your record last time. We do not advocate for Black students to not be punished. What we've been advocating for since 2018 is for Black children to have the same punishment as all the other children in your district. Now, you are disproportionate in the way in which you handle Black children, and we've continued to bring that before you. I remember also in April of last year, we came, prior to April, I had been coming before you. I've been asking for a plan to address your discipline numbers. You never had a plan until we presented you with a proposal in April. The proposal came out, you guys had a plan, and then you had us come in, we presented our proposal, we answered your questions, and then you said, okay, we need an RFP process. We went through the RFP process. Then you came back to BYLP and you said, we need another proposal. You need to revise your proposal. And then today, after months of going back and forth over the same type of thing, you guys say, oh, well, we need you to revise this whole thing again. So we're starting from scratch. And then you say, well, I don't know if you need to do that because there's no schools who want this program. You all are #1 in the state for disproportionate discipline. I don't care what your report said last week. I'm trying to figure out what you expect people in your community to do who've been working with you, who've been coming to the table, who've been meeting with you time and time again, and you keep setting up roadblock after roadblock while these services that the ESSER 3 funds were supposed to cover are not in place. I need some answers. And I don't need anybody to call me 5 minutes before the next board meeting. I need answers now.
Thank you. Do we have the next individual for public comment?
The next individual should be Amelina Mendoza.
Yes, and I would like a request, a follow-up to my, request today in case I run out of time. But my comment today is regarding the fact that the state of California is still under the state of emergency. And have you asked, what is the emergency? Due to the lack of transparency from the board regarding this issue, you still complying and enforcing illegal mandates in the schools. For nearly 2 years, we've been masking the children in schools. You haven't presented any scientific study to prove masks protect children from getting or spreading COVID, but you're still forcing them to wear a mask. Children are not adults. They are in a crucial development stage. They will never get back the social skills and the cognitive development that they have lost due to this social experiment that you have imposed on them. The latest on the cloth mask that these kids have been wearing for nearly 2 years is that it doesn't do anything to shut down the virus. And now it's still start a talk requiring N95. The government have infringed this irrational fear into people, and you have embraced it in our schools. According to the California Department of Health, the death number of children from the age of 0 to 17 in California is 49. I'm not saying that these children's lives doesn't matter. My point here is that you are using this irrational fear to continue sacrificing our children's well-being. They have suffered immensely and continue to suffer because of your lack of courage to stand up for them and really mean it when you say that the children's safety is your priority. I'm requesting you to put this topic in your agenda for your next board meeting. And I am inviting parents and students to come and engage with you and together come up with a resolution that gives parents and students the choice to whether wear a mask or not. So I would like a follow-up in this request, and I look forward to hearing from you. Hopefully you don't ignore my emails or my phone calls, because I have communicated with the board member of this board, and I have never received the email back from her. So hopefully you really, not just say things, but your decisions and your actions shows that you're really concerned about these little kids that now they're scared to remove their mask because of this imposing irrational fear in them. Thank you very much.
And the last comment would be from Exquisitive Hundley.
Hello. Good
Hi, we
evening.
can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. I am coming before you on this evening to remind the community that there is still nothing in place for our Black students in Elk Grove to address disproportionate discipline. However, at BYOP, within the EGUSD, we are still getting cases that show some of the staff administrators on these campuses have lack of empathy, lack of accountability, and lack of discretion when it comes to how our Black children are seen and disciplined. Let me be clear. We do not believe that our children are absolved of consequences for their actions. However, we are saying that we should see equal consequences for all students. We are saying treat our Black children like you would do their counterparts. Black children and their families should be seen, heard, and valued in this district. This seems not to be the case. Please hear this. Several families have requested a meeting with the district to respond to the trauma inflicted on their Black children during the incident involving several young Black boys surrounded by law enforcement officers at Cosumnes Oaks High School and being paraded in front of their peers, staff, administrators, as well as clips circulating on social media by said officers back in December of 2021. These families have yet to hear from the district. Again, we are requesting more action and less talk from your administrators and for these families to get what they asked for from the district, and that is this meeting that we requested back in December. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Are there any public comments for items on the agenda?
No, there were none received.
Okay, thank you. So the next item is the consent item. And I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 19 on the consent agenda.
I move approval of items 1 to 19.
Ms.
Second.
Fisher, and second by Ms. Albiani. We will conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen.
I have a question. I'd like to pull some items. I have my hand up.
A motion was already made unless, what are your items? And it's up to
I'd like to
Mr.
pull
Pacino.
items 2, 3, 7, 8, 18, and 19.
I will amend the motion that I made with the exclusion of items 2, 3, 7, 8, 18, and 19.
We had a second by Ms. Albiani. And then we will do a roll call vote on the other items. And then we'll come back to discussion for the items Mr. Perez has pulled. So for the rest of the items, we can move forward. Ms. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Yang. I didn't hear you, Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Ms. Albiani.
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza.
Aye.
Mr. Forcina.
Aye.
And myself is aye. So we will move on to the item number 2. And the other items, Mr. Perez, you have listed 2, 3, 7, 8, 18, and 19. So starting with item 2.
I found out just recently, there's an applications that will do or write verbatim what we say on the board and document what actually we'll say in writing. I have disagreed that video, DVD, whatever is okay. A lot of times when you look at the board announcements, you got to start. You don't know. There's no index of the video. Where the what do you call it? The certain items of the agenda start. So you got to start. You got to hunt through it. So there is. I like staff to explore current software, updated software that will document what exactly we say and report it back to us in written form. I don't think there's any other district that video and that's okay for the minutes.
The video's not the minutes. The minutes capture the actions by the board. That's what the minutes are for. In addition to having the minutes, we have the video so people can actually hear individual statements by the members. This is the same conversation that we've had multiple times. And this is the direction we have from the board.
Right, so the board, okay, that's the direction from the board. So when is the board going to get updated with the current 2021 or century data or reporting that we could use in reporting our minutes? If you look at Sacramento Unified School District, their minutes is like 2 or 3 inches thick, and they write out exactly what each individual board member states. And it's a shame that Elk Grove, the 5th largest school district in the whole California, can't do the same and have written reports to our community and our councilmen and our legislative body of what we said accurately. And there is, again, there's application software out there that will do it, and it's easy to manipulate and report. And so all I'm asking, let's get on with 21st century software and report to our community what actually is said.
So we hear your information is noted. As Mr. Hoffman said, the minutes are attached to the meeting. And then I
Right.
also see
So
a
like
hand
he
and it's
said,
recorded. And so it is noted your feedback regarding the minutes for this item. And I do see a hand by Mr. Forcina.
so hold on here. I got a statement before Mr. So it's up to us as a board to give Mr. Hoffman directions, or just to, hey, Mr. Hoffman, can you see into the fact that there is software that will dictate and write out what the actual minutes are? And it's up to us as a board to direct Mr. Hoffman to do this. And it's very easy to do a count, say, hey, Mr. Hoffman, would you check that out? Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. I would like to ask you, as board president, to direct Mr. Perez to state the item he is objecting to and what his specific reasons are for that objection, because whether we approve or disapprove an item is based on the accuracy of the data. I didn't hear any objections to data. So I heard his opinion, but I didn't hear any objections to data. So that would be very helpful.
So Mr. Perez, do you have clearly identified your objections to the minutes that are at hand on this agenda item?
Yes, last week or the prior board meetings, I have said, I have requested this and I have requested that. And just like the people from our community, when they request nothing, when they request something, it's not written down in our minutes. We get a BC board communication system, but in the board minutes, it's not there. So it's just like, we don't document a lot of things that should be documented. And all I'm asking for is, hey, check into, the latest software to record board minutes and to report it. And it's easy, according to what I've read. And yes, data, I support data, but again, I don't think we get enough data to make our decisions today. Okay, the next item is number 3. It's personnel actions.
I see a hand. I think I see the microphone down. We'll move on to the next item. Number 3.
Okay, number 3 again. It's personnel actions. We have an equity committee and a staff person that's going to be working on diversifying our staff. This report could very well give data to the equity diversity staff person to report on the ethnicity of new hires and by classification, and give a report to the board. But I don't see that. I requested this before, but it seems like, oh yes, we're gonna do that, but I don't see how we're gonna do that. This report that we get, personnel action, weekly or monthly, 2 times a month, should reflect data of the new hires by ethnicity to see if we are recruiting competent, culturally diverse community, linguistically competent people from our community or in the state. So that's what the input I have for number 3. Any other board members want to comment on that? And
I
another
don't-
thing, I'm very.
Mr. Forcina, I see Mr. Forcina's hand up.
Right.
Mr. Forcina? You're
I
muted.
would suggest that Mr. Perez, that if he wants to have the board approve any action, that be brought up at the end of the meeting at other matters from the floor, which is where it is appropriate, and not during the approval of the consent agenda.
And then I see a hand by Mr. Yang.
So this is Crystal, can you hear me? So this is a discussion, right?
Well, just a comment, I know regarding the item number 3 at hand personnel items. He's asking for input if there's any other board that agrees.
And I just want to make sure that it's a open discussion.
If it's pertaining to this item only.
Yeah, pertaining to this
it's
item.
not a-
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not-
pertaining to this item. So I see Mr. Perez point as far as new hiring that represent diversity in our school district. That is very diverse. 7 diverse school district in the US. So I think that is a legitimate concern, and I, for one, had also shared that concern in the past, and I believe that we have shared similar data in the past. But I think this is important data that we need to continue be transparent as much as possible. So I see the importance of that.
And I see a hand now by Mr. Forcina.
Thank you, Crystal. Perhaps Sean hasn't been on the board when we've discussed this in the past. Number one, we have had presentations on the diversity of our staff. That information is readily available. But number two, most important, the request is not appropriate to the report. The report is about personnel actions. Who we hired, who resigned, who retired. It's a numbers report. That's all this particular report is meant to be. Any other request needs to be handled just as that, another request. Thank you, Chris.
So we'll move on to the next item Mr. Perez has pulled, and that's item number 7. Mr. Perez, did you have a comment or questions on item number 7?
Yes. I have a question. What on 7, ratification of grant contract agreement? Is this particular project a grant? Is it a grant or a new, or is this a new word that we have? Grant, contract, / agreement. And this is the first time I've seen this language in. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Pierce is coming on the screen to answer that.
Mr. President, this is a standing item, just depending on the nature of the item itself, whether it's in a grant or a partnership agreement. Ms. Hayes unfortunately could not be with us today, but we could give you more details on this. This is a nominal program, roughly $7,500, but we can certainly get you additional details about the Next Generation California Partnership Academy and what that means for our district.
Right. So, do we still have legal with us today right now? There's a difference between a grant, when you grant somebody some funding source. There's difference between a grant and also agreement. So when you merge all these together, it's not clear to me or anybody in the legal field what this agreement, what this means, or what are the outcomes? Okay, for instance, when you write this out, I don't know what's the purpose of this particular grant contract agreement is. And
So
again,
from a legal perspective, there is no difference for us between a contract or an agreement. It just might be how the vendor words it, either as an agreement or a contract, but they're both legally binding in the same sense.
Correct.
Contract is no different than agreement, and agreement's technically no different than a contract. So this is just to ratify the district entering into this grant agreement.
So is there a difference between a grant and a contract?
All grants require either a contract or an agreement. Both parties perform.
And so what's the purpose? I have a question. One of my questions is, what's the purpose of this? To
ratify the agreement between the district and the organization.
What are the outcomes? What's the purpose of contracting with them? What are they going to do?
So I'm not on the programmatic side, Mr. Perez, but what I do know about this particular program, the intent of it is involving high school into post-secondary education and or career fields.
Okay, great. I support that 100%. The other issue I have, again, we are backtracking. The term of the contract is 12/31 to 12/31, 2022. So 1 month has gone past, and this is, if you go to legal, it's not, we should not be doing this. We should be contracting or approving these contractors prior to 12/31/2021. And I mentioned this again. I've seen legal cases about this. And so I want to make sure that you're aware of what you're doing, and please stop that. Again, number 8, I go to 8, approval of budget transfers. I do not approve of budget transfers in our district because of the fact that gets people in trouble. It's clear, and it's a way to hide transferring money, discumbered monies, transferring here or there. So again, I want to let the public know I'm not approval of budget transfers. If the program money's intended for this program, it should be spent 100% in that program and not disencumbered and put someplace else. That's what I don't like.
I do see.
And that happens a lot in school districts. And when we do not spend all the money, we should be aware of that.
I do see a few hands, Mr. Forcina and then Ms. Albiani.
Thank you, Chris. A couple of things. Number one, every board member has a right to ask questions. That's what transparency is about. And every member on the board had an opportunity to vote for the board handbook, which indicates in it, to the extent possible, a board member will be responsible to staff by asking questions they have of a particular item prior to the board meeting so staff can be prepared. Once again, we see a situation in which that has not been done and it's taking everyone's time. Secondly, with respect to the last issue, the question has come up before and has come up by Mr. Perez, and in the past, several times, Shannon has given a very thorough explanation of why there are budget transfers. If we don't understand something that has been shared with us, or if we don't remember that we have seen it before, it is very simple to pick up the phone and call Shannon and give her the opportunity. This goes beyond the need to be transparent when meeting in and meeting out. We take time to do things because we are not owning up to a responsibility that we have. Thank you.
And if I could, I'm sorry, President Martinez-Alier, I feel obligated to, and I appreciate Mr. Fortina's comments. I just want to share with those that are listening that budget transfers are absolutely a routine business item for school districts and really any company. So the reason the report, it's a 46-page report. The board takes action at 45-day revise, first interim, second interim, budget adoption. And there are, again, budget transfers are just a routine item, and we follow the law, and that's why you see the nature of the report and the state reports that you see attached to the item. We would be more than happy to address any questions about any of those transfers at any time, but they always come on the heels of a major budget action, like first interim, 45-day revise, and there'll be more of a second interim.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I had Ms. Albiani next, and then Mr. Yang had his hand up as well. So I just want to respect everybody's hand.
I just wanted to be very short. I just want to agree with Mr. Fortuna. I find pulling multiple items off consent as a sign of not doing your preparation. And if not meeting with staff ahead of time, these questions can be answered and have been in the past. So I would appreciate anything we can do to move this along.
And Mr. Yang.
Yeah, right along that line. I thought Trustee Fortuna had a great point, and I think it's a great reminder for all of us. And it's good to comply, because we are not just meeting with a couple people, but we meeting with our board, the staff, and the community. So yeah, the more efficient we can be, the better it is. And that applies to all of us.
Thank you for the comments. I will go back to Mr. Perez for the remaining two items that he did not discuss, 18 and 19.
Okay, I'm on number 8 still. I have a question regarding in this report in 2021-22, you have a proposed labor agreement adjustment. So how that adjustments to the labor agreement. So where did we get the money to adjust the proposed labor agreement? See, that's what I don't like. And that's what you people do. Hold on, excuse me. I've given the floor up. That's what my fellow board members do not want to talk about, because there's proposed labor agreements and amount, but all of a sudden that, oh, we might have more or we might have less because of transfer of this or that of budget items. So what's happening, transparency. So yes, and I do have the right to ask questions during a live video. You cannot deny my constitutional board right to ask questions during consent items or any time during this meeting. And to say that I'm not ready for the meetings, that's an old trick that Miss Beth has always brings up, that I'm not ready. I said, wow, again, wow.
Mr.
So
Perez,
anyway, what is
the answer to your question?
What is the 21-22 proposed labor agreement adjustments from the 2021? What page is that on? You gave us a big old document, 49 pages. I'd like to know where that is on that document?
Mr. Perez.
What page? What page?
Mr. Perez, let me
Mr.
answer
Hoffman
your
is trying to answer
question
Mr.
first.
Perez.
So the transfers usually happen as a result of actions by the board. When we have an actual agreement that gets finalized, we have an idea of what the numbers are going to be, but there's adjustments that need to be made once the agreements are ratified by the board. That's just the reality of how it works. So many of these changes that we're talking about come directly from actions of the board. This is just reflecting, this is the report that reflects those actions.
So what page are they on?
I was hoping you were referencing something and you could point me to what you were looking at so we could be certain that we're being specific in answering your question.
Well, in the rationale, you have in that little paragraph right there, you stated you have 2021-22 proposed labor agreement adjustments from 21-22 state adopted budget. So what page are those adjustments on? I'd like to know.
It references more than the proposed labor adjustments. There's other adjustments that were made. And these were adjustments that the board approved at first interim, which occurred in December.
Okay, but on this report,
this is simply a reflection
how
of the
much
work
money
the
do
board
we
did.
have on these labor adjustments? How much did we transfer or budget adjustments? How much dollars adjustments did we have from this report? What page are they on?
We would have to go back together and look at first interim and the action that the board took.
You
at the
have
time.
it there. Okay.
So
you can answer, what's the total dollar amount of adjustments for labor?
This was budgeting
from this report.
This was budgeting for the 2 and 2. 2% ongoing for 2021, 2021, 22, as well as 2% off schedule. We built that into our first interim.
Based on
direction from the board. What page of the report are the adjustments?
We would have to go through that together, Mr.
Do
President.
my fellow board members know that? What page are these adjustments on?
So at this time, that's something staff will work on, and I will.
All right, thank you. Number 9.
Number 18 and 19 was your last 2 items you pulled. Do you have remaining questions?
Yes, hold on. I also have a 10, 11, 12. I will have Mr. Hoffman call me up regarding those.
Those have already been approved.
Yes, I know that, but we could have a discussion on them. Can we?
I would be happy to have a discussion with you anytime, Mr. Perez.
Okay.
More than happy.
Number 18, approval of the award RFP, child care and development providers. No attachments. This is a big item within our community, child care and development providers. I have not seen, why wasn't there an evaluation of these particular contractors? I don't see any of those. When do the contracts expire? How many in each board trustee area? I do not know how many of these providers are in different trustee areas. And talk about equity, we need child care in region area, board member area 1 and 3. These are working class people, but the way it looks like to me that there's a lot more of these providers in other geographical areas of service within the district. And it should be equally served throughout our district. So let's do an analysis where we might need And you did mention that we might need more providers, but in this report, it doesn't state that. It's like you did a fast job of reporting the issue. So child care and development providers. So that's an issue I have with this particular item. Also, the actual cost of the district. Now that in financial summary, you stated that the administrative cost is $4,500. Was that the last contract total amount the same, or has it gone up? The annual land fee, $3 per year. They're getting a great deal. So a reimbursement to the district, $259 per month for all electrical, water, garbage, and trash disposal. All those costs have gone up. Is that the same as the last fiscal year or last contract? You know, cost of these providers has gone up, or services has gone up for our district. Are we passing on those contract costs or to the district? Are they the same? Yes or no?
So you asked a lot of questions, Mr. Perez.
Yeah.
The item itself does, these RFPs are really massive documents, as are the recaps. So the item discloses that the RFPs are available through the purchasing department for anyone who'd like to review them. It does state the terms of the contracts, and it does list all of the schools that these particular providers are providing these services. There are other schools and different types of providers. Again, that would be information we'd be happy to provide for you. Those fees, I'm really confident in sharing that I believe those to be the same as the fees were in the previous agreements. I do want to share, though, that these services bring a tremendous service to our families at those schools. And so we're inclined to work closely with these providers to make their costs reasonable. They do reimburse us for what we consider to be our administrative costs, kind of the indirect of overseeing the contracts and the providers. But again, they're providing an invaluable service to those families. So we see it as a partnership by allowing them to be housed. They are in their own facilities. It's really difficult to try to break out their metered electricity, water, and garbage from what we're already paying on the campus. We do have to charge them a land fee by law. So we've set it at $3 a year, but again, that's in the interest of not taking money back out from their programs that they would then either have to charge their families or cut other corners. So we do see this as a partnership, but I hear what you're saying, and it's not that I don't appreciate what you're saying. It's just,
okay,
that's our approach.
And these are the things I'm wondering if other board members are asking, you know, I wonder what's going on back there. So anyway, the last sentence prior to financial impact, and for those awarded new sites or to get their facilities in place and ready. Now, what new sites are there going to be within our school district? Or has there been what do you call it, needs assessment? I know for a fact when my kids were going to Rudder or the elementary schools, Anna Kirchgater, they had a daycare at Rudder. But all of a sudden, because of cuts in funds, they cut that out. They no longer have a daycare at Rudder. And so we need to set up, you know, equal amount of daycare services throughout our district. And I don't feel comfortable that we are doing that. And that's the thing that, you know, your report should state. Yes, these are the areas that we are serving, but yet we need to develop a new site. The reason why I'm talking about this, there is federal monies and state monies that are in the pipeline. And I do not feel comfortable. We're ahead of the curve to have these services within our communities. of color.
Mr. Perez, I want to make
Okay.
sure we're clear on something.
Okay,
These are services that our parents pay to be part of.
right.
We serve the schools that you're talking about. We serve with after-school programming that the parents don't have to pay for those services. So while you're highlighting that these programs are in some of our schools that are our higher need schools, the reason is because these schools don't qualify for the other services. So they have pay programs where the families are paying for these services. The schools that you're talking about, we can give you a whole rundown of all of the after-school programming that we have in place
Mhm.
for our schools that qualify for those services. Those services are all in place. That's not what these services are.
I see a hand by Mr. Forcina. Oh, it's taken down. Mr. Perez, do you have your other questions for last item number 19?
19, I go on to 19. This report is very, very, very important. And I think like 18 and 19 should have been a regular board action items because it has a very big impact in our school district. So 19, you know, it took a lot of good legislators today to get this on paper and into school districts to report these outcomes. And I am very happy that we are doing this type of reporting, but yet I did not see, we had a template. You gave us copies of different levels of education, high school, middle school, elementary, but yet you have the resources to do a district-wide report, a summary of these excellent reports, and I would like to see them. I think my other board members would like to see those reports and the strengths and weaknesses of variety of board member regions, a variety of different schools by the level elementaries, by the middle schools and the high schools. We need data to bring about change within our district. And when you have the opportunity to do that with these reports, their outcomes as a result of using both state and federal dollars. So
I see a hand by Mr. Forcina.
Yeah, it sounds like we have wrapped this up. I move approval of items 2, 3, 7, 8, 18, and 19.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By Ms. Albiani.
Transparency.
We will do a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen. Ms. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye, if I get my district-wide report.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Ms. Albiani.
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza.
Aye.
Mr. Forcina.
Aye.
And myself is unanimous. All consent items were passed and approved. And I would like to take a 10-minute comfort break at this time. We'll come back in session, I would say 8:10.
Thank you.
I'm going to assume that the rest of the board members are here, so we can get started.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So the next item is race and educational equity. And I'd like to call on at this time Dr. Matt Espinoza to give the update on educational equity regarding the department staffing and structure.
All right, well, thank you, Board President Martinez-Alire, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. It's so great to be here with you and the rest of our community. And particularly on this day, as was mentioned before, it's the first day of our Black History Month, and we're excited to celebrate that. It's also the first day of the Lunar New Year, and we found out earlier it was National Hijab Day, so it's a really important day for our department, and we're excited to celebrate and use it, or I say, a fun presentation for us to something we've certainly been looking forward to introduce the Educational Equity Department that our district has funded and supported and in expansion, and introduce you to some of the team members here today. As we get started, our investment in educational equity has been long in the making. We've been refining our definition of thinking of equity as both a process and an outcome. So this process of using equity as a lens to analyze and inform our decisions, policies, and practices. And that's moving us towards a culturally competent approach that will close the opportunity, relationship, expectation, and achievement gaps for all of our students. And it's also an outcome. It's the goal that we're looking for, whereby all educational outcomes are no longer predicted by identity categories such as race, gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, all of the things that you see on the outside that make us who we are not meant to be predictors of what we're able to achieve or what we are able to have access to. So that's our goal and as a department, to address the needs, to leverage the assets and affirm the identities of the diverse community that we have the privilege of serving here in Elk Grove Unified. We've kind of landed on some core values borrowed from the great work by Learning for Justice on the social justice standards for education. They organize it, and as we do, around these these four areas that happen to form the word Jedi, and that's been kind of our mantra of being equity Jedis for EGOSD, standing for justice, equity, diversity, and then inclusion/innovation, because certainly not only are we trying to do all of those things, but it will require innovation to think outside the box and disrupt some of these patterns that we've seen in our society for a long time. So as a growing department, we've developed some core goals, and that is to engage in advocacy, coaching, coordination, collaboration, and development across the district. And so we recognize that there's been a lot of hard work and investment, and there's so many amazing advocates throughout the district doing great work. Our goal is to engage and support and elevate that advocacy, coach everyone in developing equity literacy skills, coordinate specialized programs that you'll hear about today across the district, collaborate with all of our other departments. We have the unique privilege and honor to be a department that has direct connections with every single other department in the district, as equity is an overarching goal and mission for every part of our district. And then, of course, to develop and engage in training as it relates to issues of equity literacy. So we've developed our department structure around the idea of targeted universalism. So that's the idea that we have set some universal goals that we hope for and plan for all students and staff and families to be able to achieve and to have access to. We monitor progress in those areas, and when we identify persistent patterns of where there's a lack of achievement or lack of opportunity relationship, or or expectation, we target efforts specific to that group to meet those, in addition to the universal work that we're doing for the entire district. We recognize that our educational equity work requires a diverse team representing differing perspectives and specializations, as we as a group, including the board members, engaged in some implicit bias, blind spot identification, recognition, and interruption. We recognize that every single person has biases, and the more diverse our community and our group of our team is, the more likely we are to be able to identify those and capture and counteract those blind spots of each other. And then the way we've organized it is that the members of this Education Equity Department will then be able to serve as liaisons to other district departments, as well as direct support, providing more direct support to the large number of schools and programs that we have across the district, which is really critical. So when it comes to the foundational skill sets that we're developing in the district, that's what we call equity literacy. We're looking at trying to help folks recognize inequities, even the most subtle ones in our district, finding ways to respond in a way that's culturally competent and effective in the moment, redress those in the long term, and then cultivate some cultures that value this work to continue to maintain it, and then we can sustain the work in the long run as well. So in order to do that and provide those necessary supports across our system to maintain that work, we've organized ourselves into these 3 teams. One that's focused on student and staff advocacy, led by Melissa Pascoa, who you'll meet in a moment. She's our Equity and Workforce Diversity Program Specialist. And some of those programs include our Student Equity Council program, as well as developing staff affinity groups, looking at CTE programs and education to build pipelines and diverse pipelines into our careers, engaging in other hiring and retention partnerships. That is a big piece of the puzzle. Then we have our targeted equity programs led by Dr. Rosalind Clark, which includes formally our Native American education program, our Black Excellence program, our Young Men of Color program, as well as other resources and engagement and work with prioritized groups as we encounter them. And then we have our universal equity programs led by Diane Stevenson, our university equity program specialist, where we're looking at some of those broad issues that we really want to institute and build coherence around district-wide. So that's for things like restorative practices, foundational equity literacy, and developing culturally linguistically responsive practices, and infusing equity into our work with SEL. And then, of course, the department coordination that we have as well. So we will introduce ourselves and through the lens of those 4 kind of groups. And your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to think about some of the connections that you can make between you and the folks in the equity department. One of the ways that we encourage all of our community members to engage with our department is to join the Equity Coalition. So that is a group of community stakeholders, everywhere from students to community and business partners to families and staff members of all sorts, who are interested in supporting and understanding and learning about the work of equity in our district. And we communicate with them regularly and invite them to join a variety of task forces and other events, celebratory events, and learning opportunities. You can also find a lot of the information on our equity resource site. That is our warehouse. And now that we have additional staff, we're actually been adding quite a few new resources that folks across our department have been finding to make sure that we have open access to helpful resources for our community. So with that, I'm going to begin. This is an opportunity to get to know both the scope of the work for the different positions, as well as the individuals engaging in that work. And I think that's really important, as this is complex and work, and it requires us to humanize ourselves and others. Hopefully you'll get to know everyone on both levels. I'll start with handing it over to Dr. Rosalind Clark to introduce herself and the others that are working in targeted equity programs.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Rosalind Clark, and I am excited to represent the targeted equity part of the House, targeted equity actions. I am a liaison to SIS, to FACE, SSHS, which is Youth Department, Immigrant Protection, Foster Youth, and Safe Centers. And I'm split some of that work up with Diane. You'll see, you talk to her later. Targeted Community Partners and AVID. I'm also an equity lead for our new targeted equity programs. So our Native Education, Black Excellence, Young Men of Color, and they'll be coming up right after me. Racial Justice and Anti-Racist Education, working very hard on that. EGUSD Safe Spaces for Black Students, Families for Black Students United, FBSU, BSU Coordination, and Targeted Equity Student Groups. On the next slide, Matt had just asked that we just share something professional and something personal about ourselves, so you can kind of maybe get to know us a little bit better. I did my doctoral education at UC Davis. My dissertation was entitled Deconstructing Intersectionalities of Race, Class, and Gendered Microaggressions. And, you know, something about me also is that I am at heart a counselor. I started my professional career as a counselor working with students, and I just grew from there. But I quickly understood that equity barriers, they continue, you know, to this day. I received my degree, I want to say in 2006, my master's. But from there, I still saw that it continues to persist for students throughout their high school through college trajectories. And something personal about myself, I put a little picture there of me and my daughter. And we enjoy doing things just like you all in the community. She's in Jack and Jill of America, Sacramento chapter, and we do multiple extracurricular activities when I can find the time, but she swims, gymnastics, all of that. So that's a little bit something about me. And I am going to pass the mic. I'm really excited to be able to work with Josh Hoagland in the Native American Education Program. Josh,
Yeah, I'm here. Hello, everybody. I'm Joshua Hoagland. I'm the program educator for Native American Education. Some of the things I do, Native American Education Program implementation, Native American Education Program Parent Advisory Committee lead, providing mentorship to Native students and families, consulting on targeted programs and projects for Native students and families. Here we go, something professional about me. Let me see. I've been the program educator for Native American education for the past 3 years. During that time, I've built and strengthened relationships with students and families, been active in our community. I continue to promote suicide prevention, drug abuse prevention, and building healthy relationships through our traditional cultural teachings. Something personal about me, I'm a Wailaki, Concal, and Mono. I'm very proud of that because, as you know, as our history of Native Americans, we went through a lot. And to be that today, I feels like an honor. And something that makes me proud of that is my card, my reservation card, you know, that they track how much I am, you know, so that makes me special. There's nobody else. Only us Indians walk around being tracked. So I'm a Round Valley tribal member and descendant of a boarding school survivor. I'm a father of 4. I love coaching sports, hiking, attending ceremony, and gardening. I am a grandfather, and I believe that laughter is the best medicine. Thank you, all my relations. Aho.
Hey, hello. My name is Corey, and I'm a program educator for the Targeted Equity department here. And one of my targets here are to support the Black student unions and other targeted equity actions, as well as provide mentorship for Black and African American students and families. And, you know, I should have started by saying happy Black History Month to everyone. I'm just gonna hop on into it. But also one of my things are to do a lot of consulting with targeted programs and working with students and families. Something professional about me is I've been working with education for the 15 years here in the district, in other districts as well before that. And I'm ready to make a difference in the lives of people who look like me. Something personal would be on the weekends. I like gardening. I'm doing my food share tables. I like painting, cooking, playing the trumpet. And let's not forget, I am a Valley High School alumni. I throw it out there every meeting. I throw it out there because it means so much to me to be part of this beautiful community that we call Elk Grove Unified School District. Something I'm proud of, I mean, just side note, is to actually continue the work that has been going on within the district and to be a part of what's to come, you know, and that's important to me. So thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Roberto Robles, the new program educator for young men of color. And one of my goals for this program is just to create some progressive programming, build some bridges with community organizations and different campuses and all that, and see what we can do for our young men to give them more options, more knowledge, more opportunities, and see what we can do to strengthen this community's young men. And professionally, I've been actually with the district for a while now, for about 9 or 8 years. And it's been a blessing the whole way, just meeting good people and doing good work. And yeah, and now I find myself in a nice place with the educational equity department. And something personal, I love to be out and about, walking, talking, and playing music and just silly goosing. So if y'all like to silly goose with me, yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diane Stevenson, the Universal Equity Program Specialist, and honored to be here tonight. Thanks for making this time for us. So in my role, I am a liaison to CPL and ELS with their instructional coaches and what they're delivering, as well as the work with FECI and the culturally responsive and linguistically responsive practice. Also working with counseling, athletics, VAPA, student support and health services, with MTSS, PBIS, SEL, and the wellness providers, and also pre-K liaison. And then I'm leading the Educator Equity Collaborative, the Restorative Practices Task Force, school equity grants, supporting our school sites, with that culturally and linguistically responsive practices through all the different lenses, and then the equity literacy development through professional development, professional learning. So excited about that. Okay, something professional about me. I've been an educator for over 30 years, serving in the role of teacher, coach, counselor, and administrator. And in the last few weeks when we've been out in the classroom subbing, it makes me really miss the kids. I've really been enjoying that, but definitely missing having, establishing my own classroom norms, connections, and community there. It's much harder to go in as a sub. I did it at the beginning of my career, but just honoring all the work that the teachers are doing. But equity is my life passion work. So I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity to serve in the position I'm in now. And something personal about me, I'm the proud mom of 2 amazing daughters. And if my husband was here, he'd say, what about me? So a great husband alongside, but we had some recent photos done. So I love that picture of me and the girls. And the beach is my happy place. Any chance I get, I'd love to go and just sit and listen to the ocean. So thanks for the opportunity to share. And I'll pass it off to, I think Beatrice is next. Yeah, she's my first instructional coach. I can't wait until I get the rest of my team. So Beatrice, take it away.
Hello, as Diane said, my name is Beatriz Anguiano, and I am an instructional coach for educational equity. My role is going to be to support universal equity actions, the development of educational equity and SEL instructional materials, as well as the curation and the development of educational equity and SEL resources, supporting SEL through the steering committee, professional learning, educational equity, SEL, restorative justice practices, and culturally and linguistically responsive practices, alongside with site-based support. And something professional, I've been an educator for 18 years, if we add in that student teaching year when we didn't get paid. I taught social science and AVID throughout my teaching career. And that was always my dream job until I saw the posting for this job. So I'm very thankful to be working in this office alongside my colleagues. As an English language learner and a first-generation college student, I am passionate about expanding opportunities for all students and closing the opportunity gap, as well as supporting teachers. On a personal note, something that makes me smile is my nephews and my nieces. Fun fact is that I've run the Urban Cow half marathon 7 times.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Melissa Pascoa, and I am the Program Specialist in Equity and Workforce Diversity. And so being in that role means that I actually have 2 homes, one in educational equity and the other in human resources. So with that work, I will be serving as the liaison to our district advisory committee and district English learner advisory committees, as well as human resources, as it is my second home. And I will also be taking the lead on a variety of different projects. I'll be looking at Student Equity Council and continuing the work that has already been established there, hoping to expand and have operating councils at every school in the district by end of 2024 school year. We'll be looking at targeted district recruitment. We'll be doing a whole audit to our hiring practices, taking a deep dive looking at retention, also looking at our Black Educators Network. We have already started, we've already hit the ground running with our affinity group development for our Black educators. And I'll also be working with our anti-racist student resource pop-ups, among a couple other things with ethnic studies and whatnot. And my journey has taken me through education in a couple different settings in the country, from Seattle to Detroit and to New Orleans, and then back to the 916. There was only one district I wanted to work in, and that was Elk Grove Unified. And so I'm very blessed to have a role here and have been able to be a teacher in the classroom, as well as an instructional coach in ELS, and then now here at Equity and HR. I've got a lot of passions in education, a big one being our multilingual learners. I love exploring early teacher career experiences, and I'm a big fan of making sure we have representation for staff and students alike in all areas. On a personal note, I've recently gone down into the rabbit hole of ancestry research, and as a multiracial adoptee, that has been incredibly valuable and very special. Learned a lot about my family and my heritage, and have made a lot of connections there. And then on a lighter note, I do love Pacific reggae, a good spin class, especially if it has a theme playlist, and also looking for Sacramento's best ramen constantly. And I'm thrilled to be able to introduce you to our new program educator with our Student Equity Council's Carrie Hang.
Good evening, everyone. I am Carrie Hang. I am program educator for the Student Equity Councils and Advocacy Development. So something professional about me, my background is actually in public health. I did some work in the nonprofit world advocating for health equity across Central Valley's community health centers. And during this time, I actually worked with high school students from San Joaquin, Merced, and Fresno counties to develop a college and career ready workforce. And I found a passion for working with students and wanted to kind of bridge the gap and dip my toes in both fields. So I found educational equity here with Elk Grove Unified School District, which I'm super honored to be a part of. And something personal, I enjoy bullet journaling. Practicing mindfulness is a huge goal for me. So bullet journaling is just a space that I can do that. And I also enjoy going on road trips. Recently, I went down California Highway 1 from Monterey Bay down to Santa Barbara, which was beautiful.
All right. And then y'all already know me, but I just threw in a couple of anecdotes about, my work. I actually worked in Hong Kong and Santiago de Chile in schools there doing work. My focus has been on multilingual education, bilingual immersion for a long time. I started in Nashville, actually, because I went to school at Vanderbilt and then taught in Honolulu and then San Diego, and then spent 10 years in San Jose before I came back to Sacramento working in Elk Grove. And so, I'm happy to talk to everyone about our work, our JEDI work and equity work, but also about strengths-based leadership. I really feel that that's a critical component and something I've been sharing a lot with others. And then personally, I'm also a huge cinephile. You can ask me about Oscar predictions. I watch all the podcasts. You can ask me about parenting a basset hound. I know many of you met him back in 2020 when we got him and he was crazy and we were all on Zoom together. And also I'm an actor and a theater performer, and I loved living in Hawaii, so I always reminisce about that as well. And then I've got the pleasure of working alongside Jessica Nieves, our new administrative assistant.
Hi, that's me. I've been with the school district for 12 years. I started at Barbara Comstock and I went to Raymond Case and I went to Joseph Kerr, Edward Harris, finished off my year in Monterey Charles, and then I returned as an employee and I've been with the district for 9 years. I really enjoy the work. I've been a paraeducator, I've been an office technician, and now I'm here as an admin. And I got to explore the different fields, and it really encouraged me to find a position where I could support and be part of a team that wants to make an even bigger difference for our students and our families. So I'm really glad I found that home in Ed Equity. Something personal about myself, I'm a mom, I have a son. He quickly changed from Jack, if you're familiar with the movie The Incredibles, to now Stitch. He started developing his language and he just has a way of talking now. So that's me.
Right. So that is our team. We're missing a handful of our certificated staff that we still are hoping to hire, if not by the end of the school year. Quick, can you relate? See if I'm curious if any of you can relate to someone like Corey who enjoys cooking. I don't know if any of that, any connections there. I know I don't enjoy cooking. I like to feed people, but if I can buy the food and not have to deal with the cooking, that's even better. But some people really enjoy it. How about bullet journaling and mindfulness like Carrie? Or maybe the beach is also your happy place, like Diane. So it's important to make connections, I think, both on a personal level, but we hope that the community will, including our staff members who are doing amazing work out there on campus, will see us as a resource for folks to reach out to in the future and to continue to expand and promote and bolster the equity work across our district. Thank you all.
Thank you for the presentation, and I will be calling on everyone in roll call order for comments or questions that board members may have. The first person I will call on is Ms. Nguyen.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have no questions, but I will say equity was a big motivator for why I came into this role. I have seen the issues of equity my whole life. I've been in this district my whole educational career. And seeing the progress that we've made from only having Mr. Espinoza to now having this entire department, it is amazing. And I am incredibly excited to see the work that we get to do, not just with students, but with our groups and our families and our staff. So thank you.
Next, I will call on Mr. Yang.
Okay. I was hoping for my board fellow to go first, but I will go. Thank you for the presentation, Matt and the team. I loved it. Obviously, it's been a lot of work that has been add on to this group and staff as well. So I see the growth of the team and the work. So thank you. Thank you. This is very important part of our equity concern and work in our school district. So I am so pleased to see the improvement. I want to ask you guys a couple questions. Well, first, I like the diversity of the team, and you know, you guys could add more if necessary, but thus far I see the diversity of this board, so which is great. I want to ask you guys about the anticipation of how do you get participation from students and from what grade level to what grade level.
And Mr. Yang, are you asking about participation for Student Equity Council specifically, or for any of the?
Well, in the general sense, because you know, there's a lot of things that you guys put on there, which is really, really great, and it's all about equity and development for the kids to be their best. It just, there's a lot of things there, but I just want to know, you know, how do you gonna anticipate to get participation? So another word is, you got all these great programs, but if there's no one to you know, develop or involve, I mean, you know, it's no good, right? So how are you gonna get participation?
Right, yeah, that's a great question. I think it's been particularly challenging over the last couple of years as we've gone through a whole bunch of different upheavals, just socially and in terms of access and ways that we're meeting and not meeting and all sorts of things, right? One of the things that we've been doing, you know, you can see with our BSUs, with our student equity councils, you know, we've been relying on our staff at the school site level who've done amazing work, you know, to engage folks, to recognize folks as we implement our MTSS model to better refer students into programs. That's another piece. And one of the things that we found is that there are some places and some staff that are kind of overwhelmed and burnt out. And now that we have a larger team and more capacity, we can provide that on the ground, on-site support. And I know people like, I have seen Josh and Corey, they've been out at school sites, like, you know, working hand in hand with staff to support any recruitment or engagement efforts that might be happening at an individual school site. So we hope to continue that kind of work as well. So some of it, of course, will continue at the school level and with MTSS work being in more awareness of our equity programs and efforts, you know, that work is going to happen. And then where there needs additional support, we've got more staff members to deploy out and give that support.
I guess what I'm really trying to ask is, you know, do you have a program that open and student registers it? Or, I mean, how do you get them to enroll or get into the program specifically, so that I know, hey, this is the step that students need to do to get into the program? Or how do you get the student into the program? Because
so there are different programs for different purposes. What we've been working on is ownership and leadership for our site administrators. So every single principal, you know, is connected to those programs, and that's a conduit. You know, if all else fails, you can ask your principal, and they can help you connect to whether it's a support group, whether it's connecting to a club like our BSU, or whether it's engaging in the council, the Student Equity Council, whatever it might be, they're that conduit, because they're going to have to support and facilitate the implementation of it. So that's the kind of one ring to rule them all, so to speak. But every program's a little bit different in terms of the recruitment practices. Because it depends on, some are about advocacy, some are about addressing students' needs, wellness needs, tutoring needs, and some are about affirming identities and providing a social group.
Yeah, the reason why I keep going at that, because I think it's very important to not just having the program and the staff to support the students, to develop the students, to get the student to do restorative practices. But how do we get them to be in the program, and specifically kids like foster kids, homelessness, and African American kids who we are so concerned about being suspended and being part of this statistic of school to the prison pipeline. And I just want to know, how do we get these kids to participate on these great programs that you guys have listed on this presentation? And I'm dying to see, a huge turnout of participating in there, because I know that it's going to help these kids tremendously, and that sometimes they don't even know it. But if they just get themselves in there, it's going to help them tremendously. But our job is to get them in there so that you guys, the specialists, could really help them out. So again, yeah, so the more you could get these kids into those programs, the better it will be. Is there any limit in terms of capacity, in particular for Black kids?
Yeah, so there's no limit in terms of our supports from our Black student unions and other advocacy kind of groups like that. There, as you'll see with different contracted services, including our Improve Your Tomorrow program and other things that we already have in place, there are some capacity limits, but they're really focused on a certain kind of peers when it comes to, that's why I mentioned MPSS, around the prioritizing groups of students that we're looking for. But it's something that we're very aware of, and we want, our goal is to expand the menu of options and services and programs that folks, because we know there's no one program that's going to work for everybody, and there's no one answer to address a lot of these equity issues. And so we want to make sure that students, families, and then of course our staff members recognize the range of services. So we're augmenting and adding, but we're also expanding and bolstering and then supporting those that already exist at the school sites. That's our goal for the district. So every single student would have multiple options of ways they can be served best.
Okay, great. And lastly, I would be remiss if I didn't say this. Happy Lunar Chinese New Year to everyone, and wish everyone the best of luck for this 2022, and a happy African American month as well to all of us. So thank you, Matt and the team. Look forward to seeing some results, and I just want to volunteer. If you ever need anyone to go in there and work with you, call me. Thank you.
Next, Ms. Albiani.
Thank you very much. I was able to see this presentation at our district office staff meeting. So it's been fun because the more times you see something, the better you learn it. So I feel like I am getting to know you guys better. And I have met a few of you. I have two things only. Love the presentation. I love the opportunity for our community to see who's working in our office. So if they call, they feel like they know you and they have a way in already. I think there's a great value in that. Matt, could you talk about where, if somebody in the community wanted to reach out, where they would go to find the equity department, please? There's a tab off our webpage, correct?
Correct, yes, and I'll also put it back on the screen. One of the slides is our contact page as well. And I think it's, you can access the whole team. Oops, I'll get there, there it is. So this blogs.gusd.net/educational equity, that's our homepage, and you can get everybody's contact information and also join the coalition to get updates.
Thank you. And I've been involved with the BSUs for a number of years, so I'm very excited about meeting Ms. Burleson and some of the work we've done in the past with them. And I think having a place to share best practices, you can be the home of a hub of great things to come for this to spread. So thank you very much for your commitment and your time tonight. I appreciated getting to meet you again. And I think everybody is excited to for us to move to the next stage.
Mr. Perez?
Woo! I like this. I really like this. But one of the biggest concerns I have regarding this, I'm going to start on of our thing, the financial impact. The Education Equity Department is supported by unrestricted general fund, $454,544, and it's COVID relief funds, $2,895,000. That money is not from the general fund, and we need to fund you from the general fund, not from the COVID funds, because that's soft money. It's not going to be here in 3 or 4 years. Hopefully, this is that. Okay, I'm very worried. I'm not sure if this is a Band-Aid or what, but you are needed within this school district to meet these objectives. They're very important. Culturally, linguistically, issues we have in this district. On paper, it looks good. It's a beginning to look better every year, but yet I'm still concerned. So when you work, think how long that COVID money is going to be there. And it's our job to make sure you stick around, because you're the students that have succeeded. You guys are role models. You people have lived the system. You know the system, the educational system. You know how to engage with students socially, politically, and also big important engagement on the parent-student engagement. That is a big concern, a big weakness we have within this district, and we need to improve. We need to put more federal dollars, Title I, everything, LCAP monies especially. That's what you're doing. The money that you should be getting should be from the LCAP and doing these outcomes. And these outcomes, like I said earlier, I wasn't sure if you're on here, the data 19, item 19, school accountability report card. When our students come to school every day, they show up, they're because like you, the people looking like you, and you have programs that they could relate to, ethnic studies, you know, career education, diversity of the counseling system, to train them, to give them confidence, hope. That's what they need, and you guys are their hope. The most important thing that we need to do, I want you to all look at, we need data and outcomes. And what I said earlier, they have very good data from these reports, from the SARC, which stands for School Accountability Report Card. They have all the demographics, they have all the suspensions, they have all these things. And you people are going to be at the forefront of making better outcomes through our LCAP. That's what you need. And we need more, like I said, more people like you in district. Okay, empowering the students. We need, I'm not sure, did I see a social media component Our students are at the forefront today, more so than me. I'm learning it today, blogging and all this stuff. We need a social media, how to exploit that, how to use it within our educational systems, because this epidemic, we're going to have more. It's mutating. So distance learnings, if students want to stay home, not come home and get infected, get their shots, they can choose to stay home and get their diplomas at home. We have to be flexible. We need the latest technology to use in the classroom. This whole educational system is changing as a result of the pandemic, and you as employees of the state of California, Elk Grove Unified School District, you've been there. Some of you have been through the system, Valley, Monterey, and you've been around the world, so you know what's happening. And don't be afraid to speak up. You don't be afraid to lose your job for the people and speak up what the needs. That's what my job is. I'm gonna get on TV. I'm gonna get on TV. That's what your job is. Like I said, I've been an activist for 50 years, San Francisco State, and you guys are a product of people of standing up for ethnic studies, for engagement civically, and I like the other person that worked in primary care clinics. I worked on that stuff too before, and you at the forefront of doing all this thing. We need more people of you working in the systems at the state, county, and local districts. And continue your education. We should be paying for your education, the tuition, whatever, to keep you here in this system, because you're very valuable. There's not too many. We're lucky we have Dr. Martinez. How the heck did we ever get a Native American doctor as a chair of Elk Grove? How long did that take? And there's opportunities out there at the system. At UC Davis, African American, I can't think of his name right now. He wants people of color at that school to get recruited and to develop that pipeline. A big thing I like to see for you people to look at the archives. We had a presentation from the Sacramento Coalition or Consortium at Ethnic Studies. What this Elk Grove Unified School District needed in ethnic studies. It's very enlightening who did the presentation, because you're going to see people from all levels of education, all levels of careers that went through the systems like you did. And they are managers, directors of departments at the college levels, everywhere, you can name it. So it's very important that you network with those individuals. That's all it takes. Networking with everybody and getting things done and putting pressure on us board members, not being bobbleheads, doing all this all the time, but doing action, speaking up, not being afraid that you didn't do your homework. I do my homework every day regarding this system. I live for you as students that have progressed and have been successful. I will, and talk about commitment, that's how committed I am to the cause. And I'm for the cause. I live in this community, Florin 916. Who's that 916 person over here? I call it 898328. That's my zip code. That's what I stand for, my zip code. So here's another thing I want to say. I'm excited. School climate. You are developing good school climate within our schools. And within our schools, that's under the LCAP. And we need to develop more school climate. When students come and feel comfortable at school, our ADA goes up. And as a result of the ADA, our student counts, or we get more student populace, we get more funding. It's gone down because of a variety of issues, right? But yet you are at the forefront of bringing that ADA up because of what the projects you're going to do. because the students are going to feel comfortable and they believe you're an example of success in the school environment. And that's what we need, examples. Look what our Valley High principal, Gutierrez. I don't tell very many people this. Would you believe that he's from his father and my grandfather was the same town in Mexico, Jalos de Norte clan in Mexico, who migrated through and worked through the railroads, ended up to El Paso, all the way to San Joaquin family. And now we have, professional people now as migrants, farm workers. We have professional Gutierrez's, directors of the lobbying department, Gutierrez, a variety of people in that town. Here's another issue I have. We have a good start in African American. We got beautiful people right here working in there, but we know we're missing an Asian component and a Latino component. We cannot, and we're going to have a great representation with Matthew, no, not Matthew, where is he at? Well, Joshua, with Native Americans. We made history, but we need another component with Asian Americans. There's Asian Americans in my community and throughout this district that needs help. We cannot forget them and Latinos.
Mr. Perez, I'm going to ask
you look at the demographics of our district,
I'm going to ask you if you
it's
could
a
please.
third of our student body. And
Mr.
yet we're
Perez.
not having a concentration of programs dealing with these students. It's a shame. Latinos, we should have 2 more people dealing with Latinos and another 2 people dealing with our Asian community. That's what the fault of this program is right now. That's the weakness of what they have. So I'm proposing to you board members, step up to the plate and I'm not going to request it. I'm going to see who in our board will do that.
Mr. Perez, I like it. I know you're very excited about this topic.
Hell yes.
I know. We've seen your feedback and heard you. So I
got some more. Hold on.
Yes.
That's only 1 page. Oops. Where am I?
But I would ask that you please finish your comments because there's still a few other board members that still need to comment as well. So I'll just
I want this on paper. I
understand, but I will ask you to please look to your other comments or your next few questions and to please finish soon. So
give me 5 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Matthew, on your statement beginning, you only stated cultural. You didn't state cultural linguistic issues like your other partners there. That was an issue of importance to me that I think you should include on page 2. You mentioned cultural, but you didn't mention linguistic issues that we have. So I like, and the other people within the staff there did mention that. The bottom line, we need to deal with racism and poverty within our district that creates issues within our school district. Remember that. Remember that poverty. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Data reporting, I want to say, is very important. Outcomes, suspensions report. And here's the issue I have on this report. I see better organization chart, but there's 4 leaders within this component, and then they have educational equity department. But who do they report to? Do they report to Mr. Hoffman? Do they report to who? We don't know that as board members. And I don't know how that, and that's been an issue I had with this district. There's no organization from the bottom up, a pyramid where people report and the accountability, who they report to. Who's gonna report and deal with suspension issues? That's what I think a big
These
issue
comments
we have right now.
excuse me, Crystal,
Hold
Crystal,
on, hold on, hold on,
no,
hold on.
hold on,
You
Tony.
got a lot of privilege. You get a lot of
Mr. Perez,
privilege before.
Mr. Perez, I
Crystal.
will ask that
Yes.
we take each
No,
member. You had your,
regarding
I'm
that, I'd
asking
like to
that,
know which one
Mr.
of
Perez,
these individuals.
Mr. Perez, I'd like to just
Thank you.
take a
Thank you
moment.
very much. Keep the faith.
Mr. Forcina,
Well, I was just going to ask you for point of order because the ranting had no questions included in it. You know, in deference to the public and the staff and the other board members, we have a responsibility. So that's what I was going to say. Thank you.
yes, and I was going to call on you next, Mr. Forcina, for your comments and questions.
Thank you. I'll keep them pretty, fairly brief. Matt, I know that this report, like every other report, has a purpose. And to me, the purpose in your report was to do an introduction and overview. The question I have is, when will we have specifics about each of the area bullets under each person's worksheet?
Yeah, so as we have ongoing equity reports planned, and so we'll go into more depth. Some of the folks are just beginning their work, or some of the programs are brand new, and others have been in existence, and now we're just either coordinating them at the district level or supporting them. And so we will, and you can also request at any time specific information about any particular item, and that will prioritize it as well.
Okay. Matt, I sent an email to Chris and Mark in which I vented to them based on my reactions to the report. And certainly gave thought to the reasons I made the comments I made. And I was pleased that there were brief comments made about the work that has been done at schools, because students, staff, and parents have been actively engaged in equity work for a long time. We didn't wake up one morning and say, you know, it'd be a good idea to do equity. We did say we want to enhance an effort that's underway. Our sites have had BSU, our sites have had student equity councils, our sites have had community equity councils, but we don't hear about the time that they put into that work, and we certainly have never heard of the outcome. And the reason I bring this up is because of a comment you made. I was not going to bring this up at all, but you made a comment that, and I need to have you explain it, because I'm going to share how I interpreted it. You were talking about administrators, Matt, and you said they're going to have to support and implement. Now, I'm already coming from a place that says that the work that's been done to this point has not been given recognition. This comment to me says, I'm going to ride it on my white horse and they have to get on board. I believe in my heart they're already on board because they've been doing the work. And they have been waiting for more support to advance their work. So explain your comment for me, if you would.
Well, I'm not sure I heard the full context of what the comment exactly was.
You
but
were talking about work that was going to be in schools, and then you talked about the work that you've already been doing with administrators, and at the end of it, you said they're going to have to support and implement what we're doing.
Right. So in the end, it's the administrators that are our leaders, right? And so they're the owners of the work, and they have been, and so getting their buy-in and their support and figuring out what they need and how we can enhance the work that they're doing is really critical. We have folks, and as we've talked many times, Mr. Fortuna, about the range of implementation and capacity across the district. I think Mr. Perez mentioned, you know, I want to say the ganas or the energy behind this work that certainly our department has, but so does many folks across the district. We're helping to build that into a movement district-wide and provide that additional support where some folks, you know, maybe felt like isolated in their work, maybe felt like they were making an uphill climb to promote or push this, and we're trying to make that the norm as opposed to the exception to the rule by bringing folks together cross sites, as well as by building that capacity at each individual site.
Thank you, Matt, because to the extent that our district, which has been strong, moves from where it is to another point, depends on everyone working together.
Exactly.
And
that includes students and families as well.
Right, everybody. Yeah, to the extent that that happens, we will realize the growth. One last thing, and I'm going to, it has nothing to do with your report, but Crystal, if you'll give me just less than a minute, I need to clarify something, primarily for the public who may be listening, and certainly for one of our board members, because we've gone over the issue many times. In a couple of years, when the ESSER money is exhausted, the Board of Education will have to make some very hard decisions about what it's going to continue to do, what it will no longer do, and what will change. And that will be based on outcome. And all of the new and additional work that we're doing, utilizing those ESSER funds, will be collecting the data that will be used to make those decisions. When the superintendent came forward and proposed the ESSER plan, he didn't do it with blinders on. At the end of the day, we're not going to have $300 million to fund all these extra activities. And without an inflow of $300 million or more money, we'll have to make hard decisions. And that's what the data will do. And I've had so many discussions with Mark. I know that will be coming for every activity. So it's not like we are going out irresponsibly and offering programs and services that may go away. We're going to, at a point in time, have to look at how we sustain those efforts that have just demonstrated the outcomes. So I just wanted to correct that. Thank you.
Next is Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know how we got from such an uplifting, beautiful presentation to such a dark place, but I want to thank you for introducing yourselves, not just to us, but to the community. I know this has become a little bit of a roadshow, and I think it's a great idea. I appreciate it. You know, I'm so excited to have this expanded team, and so many of you who are new to the EGSD family are coming back. To bring your energy and your ideas to help us implement what we've been working on for years. Our immediate past president, Ms. Albiani, and I participated in the CSBA, that's the California School Boards Association Equity Network training several years back. You know, this is work that we started, you know, before the social justice protests. I like to say we were the benefit of some education of, you know, students and other folks locally who made us aware of some issues and lit a fire under us. So, you know, we have our equity plan, we have mission statements, we have goals. And now is the time that you're all gonna be part of making that real, making that part of the lived experience of our students. And I so appreciate it. It's fair and it's appropriate to give credit to how far we've come. You know, at our last meeting, we talked about student discipline. We're definitely turning that around, and I'm grateful for that. But whenever I think of our equity issues in this district, what always comes to mind is, what is it, that Robert Frost line, and miles to go before we sleep. We have so much work to do. We're a huge organization, and the type of work that you all are entrusted with is deep, hard, entrenched change. And that's a heavy lift when you have thousands of employees, but I am so grateful that you're willing to join our team and be part of that effort, because it's important to 63,000 students and you know, the new crop that we get every year. So thank you very much for the report, and thank you for your willingness to take this on with us.
Ms. Jamerson.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the report. I really appreciate being able to get a feel for the passion, the experience, the direction that each of you are excited to move forward with. I really appreciate also the challenge to engage with you. So not just us as a board, but the community. So I definitely appreciate the approach with this presentation as an introduction. And I know that you are continuing to build your team. There's still more to go. And the outcome that you have on, I believe it's slide 2, I'm looking forward to, and I think that, you know, my other colleagues have alluded to, looking forward to see those measurable goals and milestones to be able to reach that ultimate outcome, because I think that really being able to show the impact that you're making is also going to, as Mr. Fortuna alluded to, that's going to be able to help us sustain funding. That's going to be able to help the community see that we really are continuing to respond to the needs of our students and our staff. And so I'm looking forward to the data, as Mr. Perez talks about the data. So I'm looking forward to getting to that point, but I appreciate that this is the introduction and that you're welcoming all of us to be on the journey with you as we make progress. I did have one specific question, and it was for Melissa. You had a bullet point that said you're the liaison to human resources. And so I was wanting to understand that a little bit more. Does that mean that you are working in terms of equity recruitment of new hires, and that you're trying to help that department look through that lens? Or I'm just kind of wanting to understand what that specific role is.
Of course, yeah. So to clarify, I am I'm funded 50% out of Title II, which means I'm housed in human resources 50% capacity. So naturally, because I have a foot in both places, I'm the liaison for that. And with human resources, the majority of my work around that is going to look at the hiring, recruitment, and retention of a more diverse workforce across all personnel.
Excellent. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm excited to hear that. And I think that was all my questions. Again, I appreciate you taking the time tonight, and I look forward to engaging with all of you. Thank you.
Mr. Christina, I see your hand before I make my comments.
I'm sorry, Crystal. I didn't know whether I had hit it.
Okay, thanks. So just similar to some of my colleagues' comments, again, excited about the opportunity and looking forward to this expansion. I welcome the team and look forward to the work. I know many of us would like to see outcomes right away, but we are aware that's going to take some progress and time once the implementation happens. I also am aware and conscious of the funding that we did approve for some of the positions. However, I'm hopeful in that there might be other opportunities to apply for funding for certain grants. Also, hopefully federal dollars will still remain in out years. That's all to be determined. We don't have that crystal ball in front of us to know or predict the future. And so I know each of you, as you're working within your departments, to be conscientious of the types of services, the tracking and the data. And I'm sure we'll be having more reports coming back to us moving forward. I really, like the different bullet points in each of the slides that really went into some of the work, the student group work, the equity councils, the Black Educators Network, the Native programs, and so on and so forth. I appreciate having all that information before us. I feel like it's important to be transparent with our community, showing the new team we have. However, knowing that there's still much more work ahead of us in the out years to continue the trajectory of hopefully in the end result, having more students involved and increasing not just students, but families a part of this program. I'm proud to see that certain universal programs are in this list here, because I know that eventually these programs will help matriculate students hopefully on, if that's so what they desire, to higher education and to still continue to be involved in certain universal programs like we're having in K-12 now with these equity departments. So again, I appreciate the presentation tonight and I'm glad to meet all of you. And I look forward to hearing much more updates. And again, hopefully, as you're continuing to work with sites and getting referrals and programs, continuing that marketing, right? Because sometimes families aren't always aware. And so having that marketing material in other different language, which I'm sure you're probably already doing, but just continuing to promote the services and encouraging members and students and families to be a part of them as we continue to evolve. So thank you all for being here tonight, and thank you for the report. I'm proud to see this new department with the different specialized areas. So thank you. The next item on tonight's agenda is the budget update. And I will call, I believe Mrs. Hayes is not here, and I see Mr. Pierce coming on the screen.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Dr. Martinez-Alir, members of the board, Ms. Nguyen, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. I am obviously not Ms. Hayes. So after that great presentation and such an exciting topic, I hope the budget update doesn't lull you guys to sleep. So let me get this booted up for you. And I will do my best to be succinct. Madam President, are you seeing the full screen here and not my? Perfect. So again, thank you, everyone. I'm happy and excited to be here tonight before you to present the governor's budget update. And I do want to share with folks that this presentation and all the information that I'm presenting tonight is clearly just the governor's budget proposal. There is a very long road ahead of us. Being that it's just a proposal, there's significant work ahead amongst the legislature as well as the administration to come to the ultimate budget compromise. We'll know a lot more come May revision, what the indicators are and how things are at least appear to be heading. I will say that in recent past, as an indicator, unlike Governor Brown's budget proposals, Governor Newsom's budget proposals have seen fairly significant modification from January to June. So we'll have to pay close attention to this. And before we begin, I will say that although the budget's relatively positive for K-12, I will say that it's also fairly straightforward. It doesn't have a whole lot of major modifications or a lot of new proposals, some continuance of previously presented proposals in prior years, but I'll get into those details here shortly. So just to touch base really quickly on the state and national economy, just to give perspective, California's revenues have been and continue to be extraordinary. Intuitively, it feels odd. We know that many Californians certainly are not living what we used to think of as our ordinary lives. Many Californians still experience difficulties, but yet revenues are just surging. In his nearly $300 billion spending plan, the governor aims to tackle COVID-19 head on. That's his commitment, building upon expanding critical services for Californians and attempting to strengthen the resiliency of the state, to address uncertainties and crises we cannot yet see. The governor does want to address the urgent needs of the pandemic through quick legislative action. He's put a call out to all members of the legislature to do so. And that's obviously possible due to the surging revenues that the state's realizing. However, as we've been experiencing, not every problem can be fixed with cash. We've been seeing that in our district alone. Staffing shortages throughout the state, both long and short term, do threaten our economy, and it is having an adverse effect on inflation. So we hope that that changes in the coming fiscal year. That said, the governor's budget is balanced, and it does have some continued work, and we do hope California finds some equilibrium in the coming fiscal year. Like the state's economy, the national economies also continue to grow. But as mentioned in the last slide, labor shortages, supply and demand imbalances, and inflation continue to create uncertainty. We know that the economy is fragile and subject to change with any unforeseen and known threats. The gross domestic product does remain strong. It is projected to decline over the next 2 years, getting back to pre-pandemic levels by the third quarter of 2023. And while the economy itself is adding significant number of jobs, when you look at those numbers, 200,000 to 400,000 jobs each month, participation of the labor force is lagging dramatically behind that job growth. So we are hoping to see that change. To the positive though, inflation is projected to continue to decline. You can see that in the far right column through 2023. So I know people at the national and state level are looking forward to seeing that inflation number decline. And then just specifically to inflation levels, the rises that we've seen to inflation, not just the steep rise, but also the rate of inflation at over 7%, they're historic numbers. They're unlike anything that we've seen over the last 30 years. We know that it can be attributed to the federal stimulus funding. There's been a significant amount of money put into the economy by the federal government as well as our state, thankfully. And it's combined with consumer demand on goods. And as I mentioned previously, low supply. So it's hard to believe when we look at these numbers with regard to surpluses. You can all remember back in May of 2020, we were experiencing a negative 10% COLA. That's what we were being told to expect in May of 2020. That was just a reality that none of us wanted to see come forward. They were projecting significant deficits due to the unexpected and unknown impacts of COVID-19 on the economy. But thankfully, those economic situations did not transpire. The economy quickly rebounded, and K-12, rather than seeing those negative COLAs, we actually withstood the deferrals that the state put on us. There was a number of other budget maneuvers that they came forward with But thankfully, again, we've withstood all of that, and moving forward to 22-23, the budget's incredibly solid, with an estimated $46 billion in surplus for the 22-23 fiscal year. The budget, as projected, will leave California very solvent through 25-26. So just more good news there. I will share that of the nearly $46 billion in surplus, public education will benefit with just over $16 billion of that surplus. So as a K-12 practitioner, we would certainly like to see that number higher, but those are the facts in the governor's budget proposal. And now I just want to speak a little more directly about Proposition 98 and education funding in the budget proposal. So there's even more positive news in the fact that the Legislative Analyst's Office predicts even more statewide revenue than does the governor's budget proposal. Some of you may fully be aware that the LAO predicts on behalf of the legislature. In other words, the legislature tends to rely more on the Legislative Analyst's Office, whereas the governor will depend more largely on the Department of Finance, which works directly for him. But you can see here on the bars in front of you, the LAO does predict a much higher minimum guarantee to public education than does the Department of Finance currently. So that's certainly going to have to get reconciled between now and May, and then possibly even beyond May into the ultimate June budget. But I can't see that doing anything but help the situation and not hurt the situation. So again, although we're encouraged and we're pleased with the proposed COLA of the governor's budget proposal, 5.33% compared to the 2.48% that we have in the multi-year projection for 22-23. The governor is proposing to spend 40% of the new revenues on one-time investments. That's not quite as significant as we've seen in the recent past. Certainly not as high as Governor Brown's one-time expenditure plans. And lower than last year's proposal. So it's clear that the governor has been listening. K-12 as an industry has been saying we need more ongoing discretionary dollars. We don't need additional programs, and we certainly don't look forward to new one-time funded projects or programs. So we're happy with that overall, but I think there's more work to do. And I will note, just to be fair, most of that one-time funding is again bolstering programs that were created in prior fiscal years that the governor and the legislature feel have been successful. And I'll share more on that here shortly. The intent of this slide is just to simply share some bad news with the board, perhaps, depending on your perspective. But this is based on the budget proposal, and all of the economic indicators appear that the four conditions that are required to be triggered to trigger the reserve cap are in place. So we believe if this budget proposal moves forward as projected and the economic indicators stay where they are, everything that needs to happen, you see the four check boxes there in order for the budget reserve cap to happen, likely will happen. So the budget, to speak more specifically about that, the budget includes payments that will bring the public school system stabilization account balance to more than $9.7 billion at the end of the 22-23 fiscal year. And that budget proposal will include a reserve balance that will trigger the district's reserve cap beginning in 22-23. For those of you that may not be aware, what that means is when that reserve cap's triggered, school districts cannot have a reserve in excess of 10%, and we're clearly there. So this slide just speaks to kind of the problematic nature of the reserve cap. School district practitioners see it as potentially penalizing districts that have worked hard to establish fiscally solvent practices to maintain reserves that'll have the real opportunity to protect services for students when a budget crisis does occur. I'll remind the board that the average reserve for unified districts is in excess of 16%. So this cap would immediately require a number of districts to spend down their reserves to that 10% level, and that would include us. This slide just represents options that could be available for the board. But I don't want to start any rumors. I'm not making any recommendations. But absent a reduction in the payment to the reserve fund or budget language with the ultimate budget that would suspend the reserve cap, we will certainly have our work cut out for us moving forward to address that if it's triggered. So again, the theme of this slide is a positive one in that the COLAs look to be higher each year than they were projected in the subsequent fiscal years. We know that that could be fragile, that the opposite can always hold true. Many times that is true, but in this case, it is very likely that we're going to see back-to-back COLAs in excess of 5%. That's frankly unheard of, but thankfully it does appear to be the case in the 22-23 fiscal year. Now just some more details about the local level for school districts and Elk Grove Unified. So in terms of the local control funding formula portion of Proposition 98, as mentioned, the proposal funds the 5.33% statutory COLA. That is not a super COLA. You might recall that last year, the governor and the legislature ultimately funded us well above the statutory COLA. This 5.33%, albeit quite large, is the base, or in other words, the statutory required COLA based on the Department of Finance's economic projections. There is nearly $71 billion in total local control funding formula funding. This all equates to approximately $587 in increase per pupil funding in 22-23 over the 21-22 fiscal year. So good news. Perhaps most importantly though, not to keep this all positive, is an ADA proposal that the governor had to help districts avoid the impacts of declining enrollment. You're going to hear me talk about that here shortly, but it's happening statewide and it's happening in districts like ours, and it's now called the ADA cliff. So he does have a proposal in place that would protect us somewhat from that cliff, and I'll talk about that again in more detail. I won't speak to the figures here, but this is just the simple math of what that COLA would mean for us on a per pupil basis. This is again a statewide average across the grade spans, assuming that COLA comes to fruition. And it also includes the supplemental grants and concentration grant amounts. The increased COLA not only increases the base grant amount, but that in turn increases the supplemental and concentration grant amounts. This is probably the slide most people want to see. This is based, again, purely on the governor's budget proposal. This is not saying this would happen in our district's case, but under this proposal, it's what could happen specifically for Elk Grove Unified School District. So at our first interim, you adopted a multi-year projection that included revenues for 22-23. And in short, the governor's budget proposal could mean $16 million on top of the $15 million that you projected in new revenue for 22-23. It is important to note that this calculation does assume a projected ADA of close to 61,000 students. We have yet to know exactly what that number will look like. But again, good news. So to get onto this ADA cliff discussion, and I think this is something that we need to stay mindful of, not just in the coming year, but in the out years. And I'll share with you why that's more important perhaps in the out years. But this represents a solution or assistance with what the industry is now coining this ADA cliff. Current law gives districts relief for year-to-year ADA loss by allowing you to use the higher of your current year ADA or the prior year. However, due to COVID impacts and the loss of ADA, the legislature and the governor have allowed us to continue to use our 2019-20 ADA. We knew that that would be going away at some point, and more than likely this coming year. But again, the good news is the governor's heard us and his proposal has an additional option. So funding would be based on either the greater of the current year ADA, the prior year ADA, or the computed average ADA using the prior years. Those three prior years essentially include the 19-20 school year twice because of how we've been afforded that opportunity last year and this year. So we do appreciate the proposal. We do believe there's still a lot more work to do on that. We think that the legislature also agrees with that. There is some confusion of how the calculation's ultimately going to look in the fine print. And again, we think the legislature is going to have some ideas of their own, but this will certainly help us and other districts. This is just for illustrative purposes to kind of show you what this kind of cliff would mean for a district like ours. So the story or the illustration starts in 2019-20. The ADA that year was calculated and finalized prior to the impacts of COVID. So there was no school closures, there was no lost enrollment, and that's represented by the dark blue bar that you can see is full all the way to that hash line. So in 2021, districts were allowed again to use the 1920 ADA, which bridged the gap for their 2021 ADA. And that's represented by that darker orange portion. So you can see how that ability allowed you to essentially be funded at the same level as the year prior. Then in 2021, in 2021-22, districts were again allowed to use the funded 2019-20 ADA to bridge that continued and further ADA loss in that year. You can see that that's continued to grow. If you look at the green bar, you can see that gap's gotten bigger, but essentially we didn't feel any pain because we were allowed to bridge that gap. So absent an adjustment given in the coming year, if you look at the burgundy bar, you can see that that gap could now be realized and what that means for us. For members of the community or public that are watching, the vast majority of our revenue is funded by our ADA. So losing that number of students could have detrimental impacts. So the good news is the governor and the legislature have listened to that. They are proposing options to address it. I don't want to confuse anybody and say this is what's going to happen in 22-23 because we know there's going to be tools at our disposal. What we don't know is what the future is going to hold beyond 22-23. So at some point, if we don't see a rebound in our ADA or enrollment, we're gonna have pain with regard to our revenue levels in that year. And so this is just another visual hypothetical of the current law, which is the far left to the relief that the governor's budget proposal has with regard to ADA loss. The first table represents the historical and potential current and future ADA for our district. And again, these are just hypothetical. And the second table on the right shows the positive impacts of the current proposal. So that proposal is what we're coining as turning the ADA cliff into an ADA soft landing. So it doesn't come without a little bit of pain, but not nearly the level of funding loss that you would see otherwise. And now just to speak to the non-LCFF proposals as part of the governor's budget proposal. The good news again is most of this is just bolstering of previously existing programs. I'm going to try to run through these very quickly for you. But childcare and preschool continue to be a major priority for the governor. I think the board is in unison with him on that in implementing the state's master plan for early learning and care. And all this is over $2 billion in total funding for these programs. It includes childcare slots, rate increases for childcare providers, childcare incentives through 2023 to address underserved providers, inclusive instruction for students with disabilities, and support for dual language learners, as well as inclusive early education expansion. Our district's well-versed in free meals for all. We did so during this current school year due to the federal waivers and the federal funding to do so. I will say again, California is the first state to ensure that this is going to continue in California in the event that the federal government discontinues the program or reduces the funding. If they do that, the state will pay the difference and will be held harmless in that. This has been just a great program for all of our kids. There are some subtleties and requirements to this, and you heard Ms. Drake speak to those at our last school board meeting. This isn't necessarily new with the budget proposal, but essentially reaffirms that this program is going to be in place. The governor also continues to stress career pathway programs, in this case focused on technology, healthcare, education, and climate-related fields. These programs are going to focus on local partnerships between K-12 districts, higher education, employers, and the community at large. In this case, it's $1.5 billion in one-time funding over a 4-year period. There's also one-time funding for dual enrollment. Dual enrollment in this case is for high school students that wish to take college classes that will also count towards their high school graduation and college credit. This proposal is $550 million over a 4-year period. And then once again, we see a commitment and an expansion in recruitment efforts for qualified teachers. This proposal is going to add, would add $54.4 million in one-time funding. And that's on top of the $2.9 billion multi-year package that was included in the 2021 state budget. It is focused on assisting with credentialing fees, recruitment of a diverse and expert teaching workforce, as well as substitute teaching flexibility. And then Governor Newsom also continues to prioritize special education funding. His budget proposal includes an increase to the base rate of $820 per pupil. This is on top of the base rate increases that we've seen over the last 3 fiscal years. So again, solid news there. I will say we appreciate this and it is ongoing, but it's still considered to be a substantially underfunded, yet critical and important service for our special education students. Unfortunately, the proposal does not provide any additional relief for employer contributions to CalPERS. This slide just represents the projected rate increases through 2026-27. And we believe this is an area of improvement for the governor and the legislature, even if it's with one-time funding to pay down the unfunded liability. And then likewise, the proposal does not provide any additional relief for contributions to CalSTRS. Again, just a table for you to see the historical and anticipated rate increase this coming July. And of course, we're well versed as well in the expansion of universal TK, which will expand in 22-23 to 4-year-olds whose 5th birthday occurs between September 2nd and February 2nd. Essentially, the plan will expand the birth date window by 2 months each year until the program's fully implemented for all 4-year-olds. And then you can see on the far right in 2025-26, it would be expanded to 3-year-olds as well. In terms of the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan, for 22-23, the LCAP must now be posted as one document and include the budget overview for parents, the supplement to the annual update for the 21-22 LCAP, the completed LCAP template, actions tables, and the LCAP template instructions. There's a lot of information here. This is going to be rolling out to the board in very short order. I will say Mr. Cerruti, Ms. Hayes, and the entire organization has their work cut out for them this year, in this coming fiscal year. It seems that every time we get the new LCAP requirements down, we receive significant changes. And in this case, it will be no different. Districts are required to present an update to the annual update to the 2021-22 LCAP, a budget overview for parents. All of that has to happen on or before this coming February 28th. It's going to have to occur at a regular scheduled board meeting. It's going to include the one-time supplement as well as the available mid-year outcome data related to the metrics and a mid-year expenditure and implementation data plan included in the 21-22 LCAP. And this prior year just feels like a new era of never-ending plans. So aside from the significant LCAP changes and plan that we'll be bringing forward, there's a new ed code that's requiring the district to develop and present a plan at a regular scheduled board meeting called the A through G Completion Improvement Grant Plan. The slide represents the Completion Improvement Grant Plan requirements. It's going to require that we increase or improve services to improve A through G eligibility for unduplicated students. We have to identify the number of students identified for retaking A through G courses for a prescribed period of time, how the plan supplements services in the LCAP and AB 86 as opposed to supplanting, and describing access for all students, again, focusing on unduplicated students for A through G courses. And I don't need to belabor this slide or walk you through it. It's available if you'd like to look at it, but it's just listing the new plans that we have to bring forward and adopt starting last year and into the upcoming fiscal year. But new funding essentially requires more plans. And I have just a few other operational considerations in the proposal to share with you. Thankfully, the governor's proposal has one-time funding that's going to bridge the gap for the backlog of school construction projects that exceed the existing bonding authority prior to the next school bond being put on the ballot. That's a new trend. We're happy to see that. We have a number of projects there as well as other districts. And aside from allotting the needed funding to fund those critical projects, I personally feel like it's an acknowledgement that the governor supports the school facility program, but also a future bond measure. So that's good. It also includes facility funding for TK and full day kindergarten. And then with regard to transportation, I can assure you that my interest was perked when I saw the transportation component as part of the governor's budget proposal. And although I'm not being negative, it was a little short-lived when I discovered it wasn't to increase operational funding for transportation, but rather the acquisition of electric school buses. We are looking for the budget language to see what exactly they mean to support school transportation programs and whether that's going to be extended beyond the acquisition of electric buses. And we hope it does that. But right now, the proposal would provide $1.5 billion in one-time funding over 3 years for what we understand now is the acquisition of electric school buses and infrastructure. We will certainly take advantage of that. That's not a bad thing by any stretch, but we would like to see it go towards the operational cost for transportation. And we do really like the proposal component that's going to put a work group together to streamline or expedite the process and ability to hire additional bus drivers. And we certainly know that need. And lastly, I talked about this early on in the presentation, but he had a loud call to the legislature to take action to protect the state's workforce by providing additional supplemental paid sick leave pertaining to COVID-19 impacts. That has happened since press time with this presentation and his proposal. There's still a little work to do on that. We don't know the details just yet. But since that time, there's been a lot of movement already in this area, and we'll have more details to bring forward to you. And then almost on cue, I just want to share with the board that prior to our meeting tonight, just before we began, the Department of Finance did post the budget trailer bill language. So there's a lot more detailed analysis to take place. And I can assure you, Ms. Hayes and Superintendent Hoffman and I will be starting that tomorrow morning, if not tonight. And with that, I'll stop talking and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So before we go into any questions, just seeing that we're approaching the 10 o'clock hour, I would ask for a motion to extend the meeting.
I move we extend the meeting until 10:30.
I second that.
Second by Mr. Perez. We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Forcino,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Ms. Albiani,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen,
Aye.
and myself is an aye. So we will extend the meeting to 10:30. I will start with my list of if any of you have questions or comments. Ms. Nguyen.
Okay, so thank you so much for that presentation. I just have a couple of questions based on some of the projections you laid out about where we're going to be at with our ADA in future years. I know on your slide where you projected what you think our ADA is going to be at, it is less than what it was this year. And I wanted to know what factors are being taken into consideration right now when we try and predict what our ADA will be at.
So we have in our planning department, we have our planning manager and her staff that have been doing this for a very long time. When we project by school, and we use 4 different methodologies in those projections. We use them both for staffing purposes and budget purposes. And then we look at trend data of those schools to find which methodology has historically been more accurate. All that said, nothing about the last couple of years has been normal. There's been some oddities that demographers can't quite put their finger on as to what's happening. We know that we've lost some students that we don't frankly know where they've gone. And so they're not in our independent study program. They're not at their normal home school. Some of them might be homeschooled. We had a significant hit to our kindergarten enrollment last year. Just parents weren't comfortable sending their kindergartners to school, which is not mandated, it's voluntary. So we do our best, but if Kim Williams was here, who's our planning manager, who's retiring this June, unfortunately, the struggles with trying to accurately project enrollment these last 2 years has been difficult. So we use the best data that we can from our software. And then at the end of the day, we bring that to cabinet and we make the best decision that we can, but we have to watch it very, very closely with regard to staffing. If the students are there, the revenue's there and the staffing's needed. If the students aren't there, the revenue's not there, and we don't need the level of staffing that we would have otherwise. So we start that process usually in mid to late October and try to perfect it by the first part of January.
Because I know when we talked about trustee redistricting, we seem to be anticipating a lot of growth.
Yes.
And so how do you think that's going to play into our ADA numbers, either rebounding or being even higher than they were in the 1920 school year?
It definitely helps us, Ms. Nguyen, and we're fortunate in that we are a district that has property in it that is growing, that's ripe for growth, and developers are here building homes. That's really at the northern extreme and southern extreme of our district, but we also have a lot of more matured areas in the central part of our district, if you will. So whereas we are growing exponentially in some areas, we're naturally declining in others, and the decline has been more significant in the last 2 years than the development growth. But all the new housing that we anticipate over the coming year is built into our projections.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Albiani.
I have no questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Yang.
Thank you for the presentation. I have no question as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Titus Espinosa.
Just a brief comment. A few meetings ago, we had maybe a few folks talk about salaries in the district not keeping pace with inflation. I just wanted to point out that even that historic cost of living increase is not keeping pace with inflation, and generally school funding doesn't. So just thought it would be a good opportunity to put that out with folks. So it's not that we're, withholding anything. It's that we are generally not funded at the level that we need to be. So thanks, Mr. Pierce. Excellent report. And that's it.
And I will add, I'll take advantage of your comment, and it's very astute. I think what a lot of people don't realize either is the COLA the district receives funds a number of things, right? So we have an annual step and column increase. All of our employees tend to step within their pay schedule. We've had exponential special education growth. It funds that. It funds our share of the inflation, if you will. So we still buy gas, we still buy groceries, we still buy paper, we still buy electricity. And also our annual pension contributions are increasing. So COLA funds all of those things for us as well. So you make a very good point.
Mr. Fertina.
Thank you, Crystal. Rob, correct me if I'm wrong. The LC stands for local control, right?
Yes.
And when is that implemented?
Point well taken.
That was his only comment. Ms. Jamerson.
I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation. I too have no questions at this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Perez.
All right. So everybody's gonna yield their time to me, huh? You guys look tired.
Well, just keep things in
Oh my
perspective,
God.
please.
You guys look tired. Yeah, I got a lot of questions, but first of all, I want to say our legislative body at the state capitol, all the way to the governor and the Assembly of Senate, are doing a fantastic job funding our schools. And if it wasn't for our legislators who are educators, counselors, parents, we wouldn't be in this predicament. We are very fortunate that they're doing excellent legislation for our students of California. Ron, you said something, you said K-12 is a industry. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what I mean by that is, as I'm sharing the thoughts of K-12 practitioners such as myself, school board members such as yourself, I just mean in reference to how they perceive the budget and the proposal relative to schools.
What is K-12 to you other than an industry?
It's service to our students and our community on education.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also you mentioned right after that statement, you mentioned we don't need more programs. What do you mean by that?
I don't think I said we don't need more programs. I think what I was referring to is the budget this year, the proposal by the governor doesn't introduce a significant number of new programs. You know, in years past and last year, a lot of the money, instead of coming to us by way of COLA or discretionary funding, was either one-time in nature or aligned specifically to a specific program. So we had to go out and build that program and create a new program with those funds. You didn't have the liberty of using that as you might see fit.
Well, I kind of disagree with you. I think the governor and the legislative body have been, because they're very astute of our needs, student needs and parent needs, they have initiated, you know, a variety of programs that you went over just this evening. And not only that they have funded, like pre-K, they have, and you mentioned that we can't do pre-K unless we have facility monies. They answered your question. Now that we're going to implement those programs, they also have facility monies, so districts will not say, hey, we need facility monies. Now we have facilities monies and program monies to deal with those students. That's what, you know, what happened this fiscal year, and you mentioned it, and they must have heard you.
Yeah, the facilities money in last year's proposal was woefully short of what would have been needed to build those facilities for most districts.
And I think the reasons behind that, you people have been there at the Capitol expressing your needs and desires and funding. And you did, I think, not only California Superintendent organization have done a tremendous job on influencing and informing our legislators and governor of these issues. And they have come forth because of this tremendous amount of surplus monies, and they're putting it into good use, and it's a good investment for our students of California statewide.
Yeah, I would concur, and I think I mentioned a few times tonight in certain areas they have clearly listened.
Right. So, okay, fuel costs. You know, I support the, page 36 was electrical vehicles. We are going to save money. How much do we spend a year on fuel costs in transportation?
I could certainly get you that. I don't know that off the
forget
top
it, but
of my
it's
head.
it's a big amount. We have electrical buses. We're going to save at that end. Then we can give our bus drivers and all the support services there on Gerber Road.
Yeah, we've already participated in a number of electric bus grants. We have, gosh, I want to say we're waiting on 20 currently. But we'll certainly be happy to participate in that. And it's great technology and will certainly save us money, not just the maintenance of the buses, but obviously the fuel.
Right. Yeah. And I want to let you know, and staff there, the administrative staff, those companies thank you, and also other school districts for purchasing those particular electrical buses. It's helped a variety of communities and business and developing jobs in that arena, and the new economy of green economy, I guess you call it.
Yep.
So anyway, yeah, that's going great. I like that, what's happening. Now you see it on page 24, diverse teacher workforce. Now, how are we going to be participating on that program, developing teachers for our district? Are we going to partnership with the county Department of Education, or what? Or Sac State or other UC teacher credentialing programs? Or what's the idea? What's the talk in the office?
Yeah, so we'll have to see what the ultimate budget trailer bill language reads on this. But as my current understanding is, it's going to just further bolster the work that they've done already. So I probably, Mr. President, I'm not the proper person to speak to that, but I'm sure we can bring you an update on, whatever the ultimate budget becomes, how we will implement this component of it.
Mm-hmm. Now, page 22, you go back to that one, the career update. That's another, and I guess the other one was of the partnerships at the junior colleges, getting our students testing and taking classes at the junior college level. That's a great idea. I suggested that. I like to see more of that classes, because I feel that a lot of juniors who have they have the ability to do more studying. I think some of them are ready to transition. That would help them out tremendously.
Yeah, so you're speaking to the dual enrollment program. It's $500 million
Right.
over 4 years. So that'll be great for our high school students that want to take advantage.
On this page 23, this is a great program. This is Stop the Prison Pipeline. We need to get our job training programs, the students in a work environment after school or weekends and things like that. The career, page 22.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, page 22. Yes, this stops gang activity, students dealing on campus. You give them a job, they won't deal on campus. They won't deal drugs. They will not steal other people's shoes or socks or whatever, clothes, whatever. Get them busy working. So what are we going to do in this arena? Are we going to develop after school job positions?
I can tell you that Mr. Murray and Miss Ross, they just do a phenomenal job in the career technical and career pathway program. So I have no doubt that they will gobble up as much of this money as they can to make the current programs we have even more robust. And you can see here, the technology field, the healthcare field, the climate related fields. I know that they'll take this money in this program and be very successful with it. I wouldn't be the right person to speak to that, but we have a.
Yeah, but I think we already started our academies and just need to do some more partnerships with maybe local hospitals and what's this railroad company, CMUS over here, and a variety of places. We have the industries here in our area, and so our students could, hands-on, put theory and practice together. I think, we have the academies up and lined up, and so it's just a matter of coordination and placement. And giving these kids, a hands-on experience working in these vocations and careers that they are pursuing.
Yeah, that'll be an opportunity to expand that work for sure, internships and the whole deal. So this is a really good additional set of monies to build on what we're already doing. So
yeah. Also, it's my understanding there are also state government offices downtown Elk Grove. So, make sure that you connect with those individual, I think Department of Corrections health units out there and a variety of other places. So those are good placements too. And they also have student positions below 18, but they're funded by the state. Your projections, do you use Department of Finance projections within your methodology, your 4 methodology programs, or what?
No, we use our own. So we take our own data and apply the methodologies to it. I will tell you that, from more of a macro level, Department of Finance does a good job with projecting numbers throughout the state. But at the micro level, at our school district level, the way that we do the projections is much more precise with regard to predicting our number of students.
Yeah, I mean, so because you have all these actual permits, I mean, already in the system, developer permits and all this stuff, right?
Yeah, and to add to that, Mr. President, we work directly with the developers,
right?
As well as the city of Elk Grove, the city of Sacramento, the city of Rancho Cordova, and the county, and we will spend hours leading up to our projections to get a really firm count of how many homes we expect to see over the next year. And we'll even take that out a number of years. Obviously, the farther out you go, the less exact it is. But we have those numbers down really pat for the coming year. We're very confident in those numbers.
Go to page 15, that's supplemental.
Mr. Perez, I'm going to ask you if you can please finish up your comment.
Not commenting, I'm asking questions. Your 15 supplemental, now that's going directly to the students, non-duplicated students, correct?
Yeah, and I want to be clear, this is a statewide average. So individual districts, your numbers could be slightly different. But the supplemental and the concentration monies, those are targeted in our LCAP and how we're spending those for services for kids. Yes.
Right. But they would go directly to those to those schools or go district wide?
Well, I would tell you that all of our schools have supplemental students, but not all of our schools are concentration, if that makes sense.
No. See, I'm concerned, and what I have, what's the word? I'm a firm believer that if the student generates X amount of money, it should go back to that student school site.
Yeah, but Mr. Perez, we've had this conversation before, and the challenge is the way the money was originally designed was the weighted student formula, and that was based on individual kid per school. But when they went with LCFF, they went with district averages, and they don't fund us on individual schools. And it's one of the arguments we've made all along is that they would have been better served if they would have did the funding formula more based on the individual needs of the schools, but that's not how we're funded. We're funded on an overall average across the district. And again, we have to stay above that 55% mark in order to continue to get concentration funds. And we're falling below that, although we have many schools that are well above that mark. But if we don't keep above that mark as an average, we won't get funding, concentration funding as a district for any of our schools, even though we have thousands of kids that meet those criteria. So the way the local funding formula is set up, it's based on a district-wide average. It's not based on individual school demographics.
Like Title I.
Well, it's different than Title I.
Right.
It's not funded the way Title I is done. They took the easier route instead of going school by school.
Right. That's what I don't like. And the big issue then was salary. One more last question. Supplement, goodness. And I guess 14, let's see, what's 14? I have a note here.
14 is just an overview of the local control funding formula.
Okay. So, so have you seen the trend of the funding for LCAP increase?
As the COLA is increased, so if you look at slide 14, right, you see that it's going to fund the COLA at 5.33%.
Right.
That's applied to the entire LCFF. And the slide you had me show you here,
right,
you can see that the supplemental grant is funded at 20% of the base grant at the bottom, the second to last row. And then the concentration grant is 65% of the base grant. So as that COLA increases the base grant amount, it also increases the supplemental grant and the concentration grant.
All right, all right. All right, well, thank you very much. Oh, one last thing. We need to do internal study on where these students are going to. Are they going to charter schools? Are they staying at home? Self-study. We need somebody to do analysis of where these students are. I think I've seen one someplace. Well, by district, internal district study. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Pierce. As always, I think my colleagues have made their comments, and also something that I always look for is, of course, not just one-time funding, hopefully ongoing funding for different utilizations of programs to maintain operation. So I know as we get more information and you come back, and then again, we'll always revisit the budget in May as well, but you alluded to in your summary a couple items to keep an eye or a watchful eye, which is the ADA, the reserve cap, I think has been mentioned. And again, we all know that sometimes the funding does come with strings attached. Mrs. Hayes always alludes to that. It's not called categorical, but it's very similar in the stipulations with some of the funding amounts. So thank you for the presentation tonight. I look forward to future information coming.
Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda, are there any bargaining units that wish to address the board tonight? No. Okay, seeing none, move on to the next item, which is the public hearing action items. Education Code Section 17556, consideration of resolution to grant permanent electrical facilities easement to Sacramento Municipal Utility District for the R-16 EV infrastructure expansion phase 1 at the Transportation Department 8421 Gerber Road project. And I'll call on Mr. Pierce.
Thank you again, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. This is a follow-up to your January 18th meeting, at which time the board adopted a resolution of intention to grant the Sacramento Municipal Utility District an electrical facilities easement at the transportation site on Gerber Road. The purpose of this easement is to allow SMUD access to construct and maintain electric facilities that will serve the Transportation Department's electric vehicle charging infrastructure system. This public hearing and notice of the resolution tonight was published in a newspaper of general circulation, as well as the district office, the site of the location, and the Elk Grove Public Library. I'd ask the board to open and close the public hearing and consider adopting the resolution.
So at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and like to call on Ms. Soriano to see if there's any public comments related to this item.
Madam Board President, Dr. Martinez Leary, there are no public comments related to this item.
It's a little bit late. And then I'd like to close the public hearing for this item. And at this time, I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 2021-2022, granting electrical facilities easement to Sacramento Municipal Utility District for the R16 EV infrastructure expansion project.
So moved, Madam Chair.
So take a motion by Mr. Fresina.
I think she has I was making the motion. She has a question.
Yeah.
No, I was making a motion, so do it either way. We did it at the same time.
Okay, Ms. Tritis Espinosa made the motion. I'll take Mr. Fresina as a second, and then we will conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Albiani.
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinosa.
Aye.
Mr. Fresina.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
And myself is unanimous. So that item has been approved. At this time, I would like to call for any board members or superintendent who wish to submit reports on organization and committee meetings relative to the district and its operations. Any reports?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Tritis.
I'd just like to make sure that the public is aware that the superintendent has joined me in some meetings with some student leaders. And I'm always, I think, a little careful and protective of what I call the superintendent in to do. But I just wanted to make sure that other folks were aware that in addition to running our massive organization, he's been corresponding directly with some of the student leaders who have been expressing their concerns about COVID safety measures, generally asking for more. And I think it's pretty neat that, freshmen and a sophomore across the district are getting to sit down with the superintendent and correspond with him and getting treated in a respectful manner and being engaged as they should be. So just wanted to make sure folks were aware that on top of everything else we're talking about, that work is also ongoing.
It was fun.
Any other reports? I had a brief one. I attended a CSBA Board of Directors meeting where we did some equity training, and we'll be bringing back anything additional that I can share. The next item is an item for future.
Hold on, I have a question regarding CSBA. Is there an upcoming workshop for board members?
There are ongoing workshops, and I'm sure we can look at the dates of the workshops that will be coming up for future reference. They have ongoing online.
If you want to contact Ms. Friesen, D in our office, we can get you information on what's available.
Yes, I think I recall when I was down in San Diego, there's upcoming workshop on something coming up, but I thought you two that work over there would report about that workshop that gives ability to board members of some training.
They have a board president workshop that's regularly offered throughout the year. They also have the MAG that's regularly offered. So as the superintendent alluded to, as more information is needed, we can give that and provide that to you. They always
who on our staff will give a report on that?
If you want to contact my office, we can get you the information about what's available, Mr. President.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on to the next item, which is consideration of future agenda items. As a reminder, relative to the proposed potential future agenda items, no action or discussion shall be undertaken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except for the board members to briefly ask for consideration to be given to place a matter of business on a future item. Does anybody have a future item?
Yes, I'm interested of ongoing investigations that we have, a summary by our legal department and in our closed session. I'm very concerned about that.
I can follow up. When the reports are done, we'll bring into a closed session. So I can give you an update on
No,
that.
okay, I'm concerned ongoing, not after they're finished. I want to know exactly how many ongoing investigations we have in our school district concerning a variety of issues that we have talked in the past in closed session. Are they open? Are they closed? And what's ongoing? Yes,
Okay,
I think
understood.
it's very important. These issues are flaring up and it's going to possibly cost our district millions of dollars in lawsuits.
So Mr. Hoffman will follow up at a later date, sounds like, to connect or communicate with you.
What was that?
Mr. Hoffman will follow up on that item at a later time.
Well,
I got
will
you.
we have that in closed session? Do we need
I
a
will-
voice count to have that?
This is just a point of information right now. We are not doing a vote count to add an item specifically to close the agenda.
So how would I propose? I'm proposing to have discussion item in closed session of ongoing investigations on our district, past, present, and not the one that are going on currently.
That's just a conversation. That's just a one-on-one with the
No.
superintendent like
No,
we all
that's
do.
not a conversation. It's a report, like we could have Office of Civil Rights, ongoing investigation, a variety of things.
We
So
keep you
I'd like to
apprised- we
know
keep you apprised of all
what's our
those-
legal department working on right now, and who have we contracted with to do these investigations? Very lot of things are.
So
not
Mr. Hoffman has
transparent.
mentioned to you, he will follow up with communication with you and be in contact regarding your specific question.
So you don't think that's a board item that all of us could discuss?
Not
Yeah.
at this time,
Not at this time?
not at this time. It's not-
Mr. Perez, let me
That's
have
an individual communication. That's not a board item to address on an agenda.
It's not a board item? And why is it
Mr. Perez.
individual versus a board issue?
Mr. Perez, we'll have a conversation, make sure I clearly understand what you're looking for. We bring you updates as things are going on and as they close. But I don't know that we've done a summary of everything that's going on at any one time. So I can follow up and see where you are. So just let's have a conversation about it and we'll see how best to.
Get a legal opinion, please.
There is no legal opinion person here. You got me. I'm here
No,
for it.
you could ask Karen, our legal advisor, about this issue.
Mr. Perez, I will work with
Thank
you and
you.
take care of this.
We'll follow up. Are there any other items? Seeing none, I would like to announce that it's 10:28 and would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Elk Grove Officer Tyler Leahan. Thank you all for watching.
Good
Thank
night.
you all. Be well.